events over the weekend. Mr. Speaker, on housing, we're a government that's delivering for defence. In January, we brought 36,000 military homes back into public ownership. In April, we launched a consumer charter to deliver basic housing rights and standards. And in May, we announced an additional £1.5 billion for Forces family homes. Part of £7 billion will invest in military accommodation in the next 5 years.
Maritime.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for his answer. I meet servicemen and servicewomen and veterans in my constituency at events like Remembrance Day and the recent VE commemorations. We all know the challenges that servicemen and women have had with housing and the quality of housing in recent years. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that it is this Labour government that is finally making them proud?
Yeah. Indeed, and if I may pay tribute to my honourable friend for the strong working links he has with veterans in Watford, but he's right. As he'll recognise, my honourable friend, the Minister for Veterans, recently launched Op Valor. This is the first ever UK-wide approach to veteran support, with £50 million of funding to establish a new network of Valor-recognised support centres right across the country.
Mr. Speaker, this Saturday hundreds will join Falkirk Armed Forces Day in Calendar Park belatedly. Many of those currently serving in veterans in Scotland rely on the activities of charitable organisations such as the Anchor Association, who are hosting the event, and Veterans Housing Scotland, who provide affordable housing for those who have served. Does the Government have any plans to supplement the essential and welcome £1.5 billion additional investment for service housing with additional support for registered charitable organisations who are working tirelessly to safely house veterans?
We do indeed, Mr. Speaker, and we're putting extra funds and greater support to deal with the problem of homeless veterans. Can I say to my honourable friend, I'm happy to pay tribute and to thank ACRE Association for their part in what was obviously a successful Armed Forces Day parade and celebration in Falkirk. And I'd like to pay tribute to all the volunteers right across the country that made our local Armed Forces Day events possible, because we pay tribute to the regulars, we pay tribute to the reservists, we pay tribute to the veterans, to the cadets and the Armed Forces families, but it's the volunteers that help us make these events happen.
Sandra Morrison.
Thank you, Speaker. With basing becoming longer term and more predictable, and with most young people actually wanting to buy their homes rather than rent, what assessment has the Secretary of State made of the success of Forces Help to Buy, and what plans does he have to extend it?
Well, unfortunately, Forces Help to Buy really hasn't kept pace either with the demand or the success of civilian programmes. It is part of the Forces Housing Review that I've currently launched, and I expect to report in the autumn. But he's absolutely right that the aspirations of those who serve and who join the services is exactly the same as every other working person in this country. And we should try and make that part of the contract that this nation makes with those who serve in the future.
Alison Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Housing is not the only issue affecting armed forces families. When a member of the forces moves, their family often moves with them. My work experience student Amy, who's in the gallery today, is from an armed forces family and attended 3 primary schools. One school provided dedicated support, whereas others had less understanding of the issues that children whose parents are in the forces may face. Will the Secretary of State work with the Secretary of State for Education to ensure that armed forces children receive consistent support at every school they attend?
Yeah. We will indeed, Mr. Speaker, and her constituent Amy's experience is typical of many children of forces families, regularly moving as their parents answer the calls and are deployed in different areas. We can do better by them, and I am in conversation with my Right Honourable friend, the Education Secretary, about how we can do better by our forces families and forces children, but also how we can do better for the cadets and the opportunities that the cadets offer to all young people.
Helen Maguire, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the recent announcement of funding to improve military housing, but our fantastic service personnel deserve more than short-term fixes. This year's Armed Forces Continuous Attitude Survey showed that 1 in 5 personnel plan to leave, and over a quarter of them cited the standard of accommodation as a reason. This should be a wake-up call. So will the government commit to going further today to show real commitment to retention by finally U-turning on its decision to block Liberal Democrat proposals to bring all military housing under the Decent Home Standard?
Yeah. Well, Mr. Speaker, no one could describe the decision to buy back out of private hands 36,000 military family homes as short-term fix. Nobody can describe the Consumers' Charter setting out basic housing rights and standards as a short-term fix. And no one could describe the housing review that we've got going, the Defence Strategy Review, as a short-term fix. And I just say to the Honourable Lady, the decent home standard is one standard. I think we can be doing better by our armed forces families.
David Turner.
Question number 2, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to answer questions 2, 16, 18 and 23 together, and I thank the honourable member for those questions. First, I'd like to recognise Mr. Rory Briggs, a World War II veteran who just recently passed. And I think to our greatest generation, I think on both sides of the House, we salute them. We've just recently announced Op Valour. As the previous speaker spoke about, the veteran support system is underpinned by £50 million over 3 years. And last week, I just launched the North West England pilot of that version. This is institutionally resilient system. It's not a stick and plaster, and it will reform the system at the local, the regional and the national level. When you combine that with the covenant that was just announced, broadening from 3 government departments to 14 just this Saturday, it's a significant increase to both veterans and armed forces communities' support.
David Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer and his kind words about Mr. Briggs. I'm also grateful, and I know his family will be, for the letter that the Minister wrote to Roy Briggs's family. I had the privilege of attending his funeral last week. He was a real servant to our country, flew in many brave missions over Europe, and was part of one of the first humanitarian missions ever by the RAF when dropping essential food over the Netherlands, flew many flights in RAF bombers. I thank the Minister for his answer. I know that the government is doing various things to try and support veterans. Could you outline the further steps the government can take to support organisations that are supporting veterans, such as the Royal British Legion, of course, but also smaller organisations like the Hemel Hempstead Breakfast Club for Veterans as well? Thank you.
So I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. The Armed Forces Covenant Trust Fund is one of the mechanisms in which we use to support the charitable sector, but we must also step back and look holistically at the fact that there are 1,730 armed forces charities in the UK, and what Op Valour will help do will help synthesise that, get more bang for buck, and make sure veterans get the right support when they require it, where they need it.
Emma Foodie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A local charity in my area is supporting women veterans. Recently, it was working with a woman who was rehomed in general purpose supported accommodation for veterans in Scotland. The accommodation was entirely unsuitable for her as a survivor of sexual violence and led to her being subjected to a further sexual assault by a man also housed there. Can the Minister assure me of his work to ensure appropriate support for women veterans?
Minister.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for the question. Mr. Speaker, I just last week visited several different organisations, one of which was Launchpad in Liverpool, which just showed some of the examples of supported housing for veterans. It's not lost on me that female veterans have different requirements and we need to do more to support them. And as part of our veterans strategy, we will have a women's section of it to ensure that's catered for.
Alice Bro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the government's investment in supporting veterans, but as my honourable friend for Glastonbury and Somerton mentioned recently in this House, female veterans are around 10% less likely to be employed after service than male veterans. So what specific steps is the government taking to address this particular imbalance?
Thank you for that really important question. There's 2 pieces I'd like to highlight. The first one is the Armed Forces Careers Transition Partnership, which looks at taking individuals 2 years prior to service and 2 years after to make sure they can find them jobs. And the second one is Ascend, which looks to partner career opportunities in businesses, of which we've engaged with over 400, with any veteran or individual that's leaving the armed forces, which is 3,000. Part of our veteran strategy will include that from a women's perspective, but we're doing everything we can, and over 86% of veterans that leave that seek help go straight into employment within the first 6 months.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are 3,566 veterans in South Northamptonshire, of which 28% are disabled. Now, many are concerned about the future support available to them. So can the Minister assure veterans, disabled veterans, not just in South Northamptonshire, but across the country, what the department will do and that they will not forget them?
An exceptionally valid point, Mr. Speaker, and just last week I held a consultation with the Disability Minister to ensure that veterans' charities who really speak loudly for veterans and myself could highlight any concerns to the Disability Minister, and that was included within the consultation.
Murphy.
Question number 3, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, with permission, I'd like to answer questions 3 and 8 together. The Government's Modern Industrial Strategy, launched last week, announced a 50% increase in MOD spending with SMEs to £7.5 billion a year by 2028, reversing the downward trend under the previous government. Our new SME hub will help small firms get access to better opportunities, and our reform of defence procurement, along with ring-fenced innovation funds, will give SMEs access to the defence dividend. This government's increase in defence spending will provide jobs and growth across the UK.
Murphy.
I thank the Minister for her answer. Basingstoke is home to some fantastic defence SMEs, including Nightball Technologies and Burton Accenture. But one of the issues raised with me is that government procurement agencies cannot specify UK sovereign tech or sole source contracts, even where UK capabilities exist. This results in lengthy competitive tenders where there's a high risk that end users don't get the capabilities they need and equipment is bought from foreign suppliers. So will the Government Minister meet with me and firms from Basingstoke to discuss how we can prioritise UK defence SMEs over foreign suppliers, especially where UK sovereign tech exists?
Well, my honourable friend makes an interesting point. There's some flexibility under our procurement rules to specify national security grounds upon which to make a decision, and half of our spend is already sole source contracts. I am, of course, happy to meet him and his SMEs. We are delivering for defence by promoting new procurement models that are easier for small firms to access, and our SME hub will engage directly with SMEs to help them access defence supply chains.
Dean Collison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my constituency of North Somerset, many small and medium enterprises are springing up to support our country's rearmament efforts. In Nailsea, one such company, 1415 Industries, was recently blocked from opening a business bank account due to blanket prohibitions and excessive delays by retail banks, hindering their ability to organise seed funding and bid for procurement contracts. Will the Minister meet with me to discuss the case of 1415 Industries and the wider problem relating to financial institutions and their interactions with defence SMEs this case highlights?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I recognise the point he makes, and I will meet with him and his SMEs, of course. Over the last 6 months, the Defence Secretary and I have convened stakeholders from industry and finance to discuss this issue and make clear that defence is an ethical sector that they should support. And the Strategic Defence Review did commit us to developing a dedicated financial services sector strategy, which we'll aim to publish in spring 2026 and should give us a further opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that the finance industries know what a good investment defence can be.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Our UK defence industry can have few better ambassadors around the world than our Red Arrows. And as the Hawk aircraft come to an end, could the Minister look closely at the British-designed modular aircraft being developed by Eralis, because it would support SMEs right across our country, including bringing around 600 jobs to Standard Aero in Gosport and about another 1,000 to the South Hampshire area. And surely that's a much better way to support our national SMEs than the what we're being told is potentially a preferred option of the Italian-Russian Yak 130 aircraft, which the MOD are rumoured to prefer.
Mr. Speaker, I do know Air Alice well. I visited them. I visited them when I was in opposition, as I know the honourable gentleman has, and I've spoken to them since. Of course, an open competition is going to be held for the new aircraft to deliver advanced jet training and an aircraft for the RAF aerobatics team to ensure value for money and positive UK benefit. I hope that the Air Alice will apply in respect of that competition, and of course they have a very good chance if their product is up to scratch.
Jim Shell.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank the Minister very much for her answer. The Minister is a regular visitor to Northern Ireland and supports the SMEs in Northern Ireland. So when it comes to the Defence Industrial Strategy to support SMEs, could the Minister update us in this House and myself in particular what the Minister and the Government is doing to help SMEs in Northern Ireland to increase jobs, number one, but also to increase the contracts? Thanks so much.
Well, the honourable gentleman is right that I have visited Northern Ireland and its defence sector on a number of occasions and hope to return and do so again. The increasing spend that was announced last Monday in the Modern Industrial Strategy for our SMEs to take advantage of, an increase of 50% up to £7.5 billion a year, should give opportunities for some of the innovative companies in Northern Ireland to take advantage of the available money. And our SME hub, when it gets up and running, will be available to assist small firms in understanding how best to get access to some of the opportunities that will bring.
Snell.
Question number 4, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In order to deliver for defence and make defence manufacturing an engine for growth, we must improve our export performance. Potential customers want a consistent government-to-government offer, so as part of defence reform, a new National Armaments Director and Defence Exports Office will support defence export campaigns, and responsibility for promotion of defence exports would be transferred to the MOD.
Snell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is welcome news that the Ministry of Defence is committed to the establishment of a Defence Export Office. Could the Minister set out what that will mean at home for jobs in constituencies like mine of Stoke-on-Trent Central, where our proud manufacturing companies stand ready to support UK defence and security?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for his question. It will mean a coherent specialist approach on government-to-government agreements on sales of our capabilities based in the MOD, which is expertise on those capabilities. And so this is going to mean extra jobs and growth. It's going to mean jobs can continue in the UK beyond the delivery of our own domestic orders, because there will be export orders to fill, and that should reap a defence dividend across the nations and regions of the UK as our manufacturing jobs continue to deliver for defence.
Lincoln John.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amatec are a defence manufacturer in my Spelthorne constituency, and they report to me that the time it takes to get a defence export licence has almost ground to a halt in the last 12 months. Could the department send someone sufficiently threatening round to the Department of Business and Trade, perhaps the Veterans Minister, so that they get a grip of their processes and can speed everything up?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that we can make representations to the department to make sure that there is no unnecessary delay in applications for export being granted where that's appropriate.
Just Southwell.
Question number 5, please, Mr. Speaker.
There and stay.
Mr. Speaker, at last week's NATO summit, I met with defence ministers, including the Ukrainian Defence Minister Umarov, about surging support into Ukraine, with the UK also announcing last week that hundreds more ASRAAM missiles would be delivered to Ukraine starting in the next few weeks. And last Monday, I joined the Prime Minister hosting President Zelensky in Number 10, where we discussed the ongoing detailed planning for the coalition of the willing. And I'm proud to say, Mr. Speaker, that this House, 3.5 years into Putin's illegal invasion, this House and the country remain united for Ukraine.
Just Southwell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer. Yesterday, alarming reports indicated that Russia had launched its largest air attack on Ukraine since the war began, killing at least 6 people and injuring many more. Clearly, regardless of his claims, Putin is not ready for peace. Given Russia's continued aggression, what steps is the government taking alongside NATO allies to increase pressure on Russia to agree to an unconditional ceasefire?
My honourable friend is right. Last night's attack is a reminder of just how fierce the Russian onslaught is on Ukraine, but also a reminder that Putin has failed in his strategic ambitions here. 3.5 years into this campaign, he's passed that gruesome million milestone of Russian casualties on the battlefield, and he's failing to take the territory that he thought would fall to him. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud the UK has stepped up with leadership on Ukraine, coalition of the willing alongside the French, chairing the Ukraine Defence Contact Group alongside the Germans, and that we will spend more than 4.5 billion this year, which is the highest ever level in UK military aid to Ukraine.
Secretary of State James Carlton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I associate myself with the Secretary's comments on these terrible attacks. And, Mr. Speaker, it should be a source of pride that some of the best drone and counter-drone tech that we've supplied to Ukraine has been made by British SMEs. The problem is that Labour's procurement freeze means almost none of it has been bought in parallel for our own armed forces. So in this week of Labour U-turns, can I ask the Secretary of State if he'll consider another one, namely scrapping their crazy £30 billion Chagos deal and instead spending the money rapidly supplying drones for the British Army so it can train for war as it is fought today in Ukraine?
Mr. Speaker, that's a bit of a bucket-all question, that. Look, on drones, we're increasing tenfold the British drones we'll supply to Ukraine this year. And on drones, we're stepping up also the lessons that we're learning from working with Ukraine, the development of their technology, battlefield-hardened, combat-ready, so that we can supply our own forces with increasing number of drones as part of the Strategic Defences Review vision for the way that we transform our forces in the years ahead.
David Davis.
Number 6, sir.
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, the veterans who served under Op Banner served to protect civilian lives and secure the peace in Northern Ireland. I share the right honourable gentleman's deep concern that many may now be caught up in investigations or litigation, and I'm determined that we protect them further. I'm working very closely with the Northern Ireland Secretary, as are our officials, to ensure that we discharge our duty to the veterans as part of the necessary plans to repeal and replace the Legacy Act.
David Davis.
During Operation Banner, every single time a paramilitary was killed by a British soldier, it was subject to judicial investigation. The Director of Public Prosecutions went through the evidence at the time, interviewed people, looked at the planning documents, was able to talk to people contemporaneously while they could still remember it. It was not a rubber stamp. It was rigorous, as was proven by the fact that when necessary it led to prosecution. So what's happening now is double jeopardy. Worse still, it's double jeopardy under new rules, but with no new evidence. Indeed, it's at risk of lost evidence and lost memory given the passage of time. So will the Minister, I've heard what he said, but will he commit to ensuring that soldiers who are subject to reviews at the time will not be subject to further risk of prosecution under the government's replacement for the Legacy Act?
Well, Mr. Speaker, any incoming government would have to repeal the Legacy Act. It's unlawful legislation. It's been rejected by domestic courts. It's been rejected by the communities across Northern Ireland, and it's simply wrong for anyone to suggest otherwise. We owe it to those that the Right Honourable Gentleman speaks about, affected by the Troubles, including our armed forces communities and veterans, to be honest about the unworkability of that Legacy Act and to get this legislation right. That is exactly what I'm working with the Northern Ireland Secretary to try and ensure that we can do, and that we take full account of all the interested parties, and in particular those veterans and armed forces communities that he speaks about.
Minister Mark Francois.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. According to the 2021 census, there are over 2 million veterans living in Great Britain.
and some of them have clearly been busy lately. Their parliamentary petition, entitled Protect Northern Ireland Veterans from Prosecutions, with support from the Mail and the Express and others, now has over 160,000 signatures and will be debated in Parliament on the 14th of July. Which minister will now respond to that debate, please, so we can ask them why the government's current remedial order is drafted to help the likes of Gerry Adams sue the British taxpayer whilst throwing our veterans to the wolves?
We welcome the petition. We certainly welcome the parliamentary debate. It's quite proper that Parliament will debate these issues. But I just say to him, his Legacy Act offered false and undeliverable promises to the veterans of Northern Ireland. And the last government were warned that it would be unlawful. They were warned it would be incompatible with the Windsor Framework. And even the Chief Commissioner at the Independent Commission for Reconciliation and Information Recovery said that the Act had obvious problems and that elements of that bill were dead in the water from the beginning. So we are now fixing that failed and flawed legislation, and we will do so in a way that does honour to the duty towards those veterans.
France. The government could have appealed to the Supreme Court on this and deliberately didn't. I don't doubt the Secretary of State's personal sincerity on this. However, at Prime Minister's questions on the 15th of January, the Prime Minister promised the veterans this, and I quote him, "We are working on a draft remedial order and replacement legislation, and we will look at every conceivable way to prevent these types of cases from claiming damages. It is important I say that on the record." So why then, despite the PM's solemn promise, is the order still unchanged? Surely he's not expecting to order his own MPs, many of whom represent red wall seats from whom these veterans were originally recruited, through the eye lobby just to do Gerry Adams a favour. He's not going to do that, is he?
So, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister was right then, he is right now, and now I am working with the Northern Ireland Secretary to replace and to repeal the Legacy Act, and we will make sure that we honour the Prime Minister's undertaking to this House, and that we will do right by the duty this nation holds to those veterans who served for over 38 years during the Troubles in Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 7, please.
Mr. Speaker, the Strategic Defence Review recommended that the Hawk T1 and Hawk T2 should be replaced with a cost-effective advanced jet trainer. The future platform of the Royal Air Force aerobatic team is being considered at the same time, and a Royal Air Force programme team is being established to deliver this capability.
The TSR-2 aircraft was a world beater, and unfortunately the only thing it couldn't beat in a dogfight was a Labour government who knew the cost of everything and the value of nothing. Can the Minister assure me that we've learned the lessons of TSR-2 and that we look at the replacement for the Hawk in the light of pressing a British-designed and manufactured aircraft which can sell Britain abroad?
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I know that the party opposite set the 2030 as the Hawk T1's out-of-service date in their Strategic Defence and Security Review of 2015, and then it did precisely nothing to achieve a replacement in the 9 years that followed. So I'm disinclined to take lessons from the party opposite about how to replace the Hawk. I can assure the honourable gentleman that the competition will welcome any bids that there are from UK-based suppliers.
Number 9, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, you're
Mr. Speaker, as outlined in the Strategic Defence Review and the UK's Modern Industrial Strategy, the Government's committed to supporting an always-on shipbuilding industry by leveraging our buying power through public procurement and seeking to export our capabilities to friendly nations.
Mr. Speaker, as the Minister says, the SDR spoke of the need for an always-on supply of shipbuilding, with the Royal Navy continuing to move towards a more powerful but cheaper and simpler fleet. The Minister has visited my constituency and seen the construction of the Type 31 frigates by Babcock at Rosyth, with the first ship, HMS Venturer, recently floated off and other ships of the initial 5 ordered by the Royal Navy progressing well. Can I ask the Minister when we can expect to see announcements to guarantee the continued always-on supply of shipbuilding, and can't you give an update on the need for more Type 31 frigates for the Royal Navy to reflect the flexibility of this platform as well as the lower cost and faster production achieved by the incredible workforce at Rosyth in my constituency?
Well, Mr Speaker, I recognise the benefit that construction of Type 31 frigates have brought to Rosyth, and have personally engaged with international partners to try and secure future orders as well, Mr Speaker, because in addition to any orders that we may ourselves have, exporting this type of capability to our allies and friends is a sensible way of making sure that we can keep production going up at Rosyth.
Cameron Thomas.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Question 10, please.
Secretary of State.
Last week at the NATO summit, all 32 nations signed up to a new defence investment pledge of 5% of GDP by 2035, including for the first time spending on national security, national resilience and homeland security. So this builds on this government's £5 billion boost to defence this year. The funded and costed plan to hit 2.5% of GDP in 2 years' time, and our ambition to hit 3% in the next Parliament.
Cameron Thomas.
A great deal of experience across these benches, and most of us recognise the imminence of the need to hit 3%. My own expertise is in force protection, but I know, amongst other things, that Brize Norton cannot draw support from MPGS under the land TLB, such as at nearby Dalton Barracks and South Cerney, and that's more acute still at RAF Lossiemouth. Will the Minister meet with me to discuss the command structure of the MPGS and to bring us our experience to the table to find that 3% of GDP imminently? Thank you.
Mr Speaker, my honourable friend, the Armed Forces Minister, would be very happy to meet with the honourable gentleman, and he'd be a much better person than me to meet.
Chair of the Select Committee, Amjit Singh Desai.
Very much, Mr Speaker. UK defence companies need certainty from government in order to invest and plan with confidence. I welcome the Prime Minister's recent efforts at both the G7 and NATO summits and his commitment to spend 5% of GDP on defence by 2035, including 1.5% on defence and security related investment. But can the Secretary of State clarify how exactly will that 1.5% be measured? Will it involve new projects and investments, or will it merely be a reclassification of existing projects? And crucially, how can industry, public bodies and other stakeholders contribute so that they can help achieve this goal?
Well, my honourable friend asks characteristically searching questions. Let me send to him the NATO criteria that were published alongside the pledge last week, and let him with his committee, when they interrogate me on Wednesday afternoon, pursue any further questions he might have then.
Sir James Cleverly.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. There are members of the front bench opposite who know a thing or two about leadership, and I can say that with confidence because the Prime Minister is not in that place. The government has a commanding majority. It does not need the support of any of the other benches to hit the 3% and further, if only the leadership of the Labour Party could get its own members of Parliament through the division lobby. Seeing as the Prime Minister shows an inability to do so in changes to the welfare, how will he make sure that 3% is spent on defence in a timely manner?
I mean, Mr Speaker, they hollowed out an underfunded defence for 14 years. Not my words, but the words of his cabinet colleague Ben Wallace. This year, there's been a £5 billion boost in defence spending. In his first year, in 2010, there was a £2 billion cut in defence. Now, just as we've boosted defence spending this year, we'll increase it to 2.5% by 2027, something that was 3 years earlier than he argued for. We've shown exactly how we're going to fund it. We've taken the decision, which he didn't, to switch funding from overseas development aid into defence. And just as we've shown where the money's coming from in this Parliament, in the next Parliament, we will do the same.
Liz Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also welcome the commitment to get to 5% GDP on defence spending by 2035. It's imperative that the increase in defence spending means that funding is getting to those on the cutting edge of defence innovation. Cody Technology Park in Farnborough is already home to world-class defence innovation, with a wide range of SMEs working there alongside Kinetic. It's obviously where Dragonfire has just been developed. What role does the Minister see for existing places such as Cody in delivering our defence industrial strategy? And will she meet with me to discuss whether Cody could be the home for the new defence SME hub?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I see a huge role, and I hope that she took the commitment that the Chancellor and I made alongside the Spring Statement to set a new target for direct defence investment into SMEs as a sign of that commitment. And while I'm in the business of committing my ministerial colleagues to meetings, I know that the Minister for Defence, Procurement and Industry would be only too happy to meet with her to draw on her expertise as part of the development of our defence industrial strategy.
Minister David Reid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On defence spending, isn't the truth that Labour's promise to reach 3%, let alone 3.5 or 5%, is just smoke and mirrors, because there's no actual plan to pay for it? How can the government claim it will properly invest in our defence and keep the country safe when it can't even deliver the limited savings it's promised on welfare? So I ask the Secretary of State, where is the money coming from?
Very good.
Well, let me welcome the honourable gentleman to the dispatch box and to the front bench team, alongside his two very distinguished colleagues, but just sort of gently say to him, look, since the election, his colleague, the Shadow Defence Secretary, argued 13 times for 2.5% by 2030. And he only changed his tune after February when the Prime Minister showed how it was going to be funded and said we would do it 3 years earlier in 2027. So I just say to him, look, we have shown how we will raise the extra funding for this record investment, this record increase in investment in defence since the end of the Cold War. We've shown exactly how it's costed, exactly how it will be funded in this Parliament, and in the next Parliament we will do the same.
Helen Maguire, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government's commitment to reach 5% of GDP on defence is the right decision. As we face a once-in-a-generation threat from Russia, it's vital we regenerate our armed forces after years of decline under the Conservatives. But we need more urgency. The International Institute for Strategic Studies warns that if there's a ceasefire in Ukraine, Russia could pose a significant military challenge to NATO allies as early as 2027. To strengthen our defence, we need to give better incentives to people to join the armed forces. So will the Minister consider accelerating recruitment by backing the Liberal Democrats' proposal for a £10,000 signing bonus to attract new recruits?
Well, we are accelerating recruitment. We're dealing with the deep-seated, long-run failure of recruitment, where the previous government over 14 years set and failed to meet its own recruitment targets. We're dealing with the recruitment and retention crisis that is in the armed forces today, and I'm proud to be a Defence Secretary who is able to say that last year we gave the armed forces the biggest pay rise for over 20 years, that this year it will be another inflation-busting pay rise, that we are starting to provide better pay, better kit, better housing, better support for forces families, the sort of things that will keep those valuable members and valued members of the armed forces serving our country and protecting us all.
Number 11, sir.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Defence Secretary has said, the cost of the agreement represents less than 0.2% of the annual MOD budget. This has secured unrestricted access to and use of the base on Diego Garcia, control over movement of all persons and all goods on the base, and control of all communication and electronic systems. It's a good deal.
Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know as I agree with the Minister that it's a good deal. At £30 billion, though, I am curious. Does that £30 billion come out of the new NATO target 3.5% or the additional 1.5% on top of that? Or should, as we have to inform the Mauritian government before we do anything particularly useful from that base, should that cost actually be counted in the defence numbers at all?
Let me squash that onward comments, the Honourable Gentleman's last comment. That is wrong. We do not have to inform Mauritius before any military action. We have to, as the treaty suggests, provide a notification after the event. I have explained this 13 times in written questions to the front bench opposite. I'm afraid they still don't get it, which underlines just why they couldn't do this deal after 11 rounds of negotiation, and this government did it after 2 rounds, securing the future of this vital base for UK and US operations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Isn't it the case that our closest allies, the United States, Australia, Canada, New Zealand and even India, have all welcomed this deal precisely because they recognise Diego Garcia's irreplaceable role in global security? Would the Minister confirm what he thinks is going on when the opposition thinks it knows more about global security than the security services, the White House and the Pentagon do?
Well, I thank my more friend for his question. I think this is important because the future of Diego Garcia is absolutely vital. Without a deal and having secured accepted the principle that the sovereignty issue could be only secured by a negotiated settlement, which was the decision taken by the last government, it is right that we secured a deal. It's right that we protect the base now for over 100 years worth of operation. It's good value for the UK taxpayer because it secures the most valuable piece of military real estate on the planet and keeps that under UK control for the next century and beyond.
Sir Hall.
Question number 12, Mr. Speaker.
Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Following the disgraceful criminal vandalism we saw at RAF Bryce Norton, we immediately implemented a series of enhanced security measures at that airbase and other defence sites to ensure the safety of personnel, assets and operations. The Strategic Defence Review highlighted Bryce Norton as in need of investment after the hollowing out of our armed forces under the previous 14 years. We have now directed a wider review at pace to assess and assure protective security at all defence sites. Phase 1 of that review has completed this weekend, and I'll be making further announcements in due course about the wider system.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Minister tell the House to what extent is the MOD working with other government agencies to ensure a joined-up response to emerging threats against military equipment and infrastructure?
Well, can I thank her for that question? Mr. Speaker, at this moment, counter-terrorism police are still undertaking the investigation into the incident at RAF Bryce Norton. It's right that we allow counter-terrorism police the space to complete that operation. But as the wider review looks at not just the security at RAF Bryce Norton, but all defence sites, we're working with our colleagues across government to make sure that we are looking at what investment is needed, how can we work with others to secure the safety of these sites to ensure that the UK maintains its operational security for all its assets.
RAF sites, by definition, almost, have to have extensive, very long perimeter fences. So it's understandable that these could be overcome at some point or another. But can the Minister tell us why apparently they were not at least fitted with sensors that would have enabled any intrusion immediately to have caused alarm?
Well, can I thank the right honourable gentleman for his question? I don't want to preempt the findings of all the reviews, but he's right in the fact that our air bases tend to cover a large geographical area. The perimeter fences that we inherited on many of our air bases were not designed to keep everyone out with large things, but they were designed to be a perimeter defence around it. We're looking as part of the ongoing security work as to how technological solutions as well as changes in guarding might contribute to enhanced security given the increased threat that we're facing.
Marcus Gunnelson.
Question 14, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Strategic Defence Review sets out that the UK will harness new technology through dynamic networks of crewed, uncrewed and autonomous systems. In doing so, we'll always comply with the relevant regulatory framework and international humanitarian law. And I can tell the honourable member that IHL compliance is absolutely essential as we look to use more AI-enabled weapon systems in the future.
Campbell said.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Strategic Defence Review rightly emphasised the importance of autonomous weapon systems in augmenting the UK's defence capabilities, but it also noted that the UK's competitors are unlikely to adhere to common ethical standards in developing and using these technologies. What specific measures is the government taking to help prevent and mitigate the potential harms of autonomous capabilities, both in the UK and abroad?
Well, can I thank him for his question? It is absolutely right, Mr Speaker, that we maintain a responsible AI systems in face of these adversaries using AIs in perhaps malign ways. The UK will adhere to our legal obligations and the values of the society that we serve. We're actively engaging through the UN and other processes in international dialogues on responsible AI, lethal autonomy and related strategic challenges, but all our activities will be in compliance with the international humanitarian law.
We now come to topicals. Dr. L. Pinkerton.
Number one, Mr Speaker.
Mr Speaker, last week 32 League united in our collective deterrence and defence of the Euro-Atlantic area. I can report to the House that NATO is now bigger, stronger and more lethal than before. We signed a new defence investment pledge of 5% of GDP by 2035 with new capability commitments from each nation. It was a good day for NATO, it was a good day for British jobs, it was a bad day for Putin. Everyone at the summit agreed that Iran should never have nuclear weapons. We all also want the ceasefire now between Israel and Iran to hold, and we will work to support it. And finally, we also discussed this creating a new opportunity for a ceasefire in Gaza, a vital step on the path to peace.
On to L. Pinkerton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for his response. Now that the Prime Minister has made a commitment, a cast-iron commitment, to match or to meet NATO's 5% defence spending target, I wonder if the Secretary of State will make a similarly welcome commitment to cross-party talks to establish a credible and durable path to meet that goal ahead of NATO's 2029 capability review.
Well, I welcome the Liberal Democrat support for the commitment that we've made at NATO. The opposition leader was unable to do that at Prime Minister's questions last week, and if the honourable gentleman has ideas about how we should fund that in the next Parliament, I'd be perfectly welcome to hear them.
Fergus.
You, Mr Speaker. Nothing matters more than home, so I welcome the huge progress made on forces housing, especially for forces families, in the last 12 months. But does the Minister agree with me that the half-baked reprivatisation plan from the opposition would actually be a huge threat to those in the armed forces and their families?
I think it's a really valid point, and the trouble is it does risk the actual deal we had in the first place with Annington, which would outsource all of the housing and take all of control away from the government, away from the Ministry of Defence and away from the military families that would be living in it. So we would argue that our housing strategy is going to come in after summer. It will be well thought through and delivered.
So, Secretary of State James Cartledge.
Thank you. Does the Secretary of State support the action taken by the United States to bomb Iranian nuclear facilities?
We're absolutely determined that Iran, as I said to my response to the topical question, should never have a nuclear weapon. We've been working along the diplomatic path with allies. Now that there is a ceasefire in place, the minds of all those NATO leaders, including President Trump, were to put our weight behind that diplomatic path. That's the way for a sustainable and verifiable end to any nuclear programme.
It is extraordinary that a British Secretary of State for Defence is unable to give his explicit support to the military action of our closest ally, the United States. Mr Speaker, isn't the real reason Labour can't back US military action against Iran the same as the reason they won't U-turn on Chagos or Northern Ireland veterans? Because when it comes to choosing between legal theory and the national interest, this Prime Minister is a lawyer, not a leader.
Absolute rubbish. The UK and the US are the very closest of defence, intelligence and national security partners. It's why the US were so strongly behind the deal that we've done for Diego Garcia, because they know that secures the operational sovereignty for the UK and the US for the next 100 years and beyond.
Michelle Walsh.
ITP Aero supports over 700 jobs in Hucknall in my constituency. I recently went to visit the site with representatives from Unite to seek these highly skilled workers, which are essential in supporting not only our defence sector, but to protecting our national security. Can the Minister tell me what this government is doing to ensure work from future contracts is completed in the UK and by UK workers?
Minister.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for highlighting the vital role of ITP Aero in some of our most important defence platforms, not least Typhoon and A400M. The Strategic Defence Review makes it clear that we'll back British-based businesses where possible, and ITP Aero are already helping to show that defence is an engine for growth in her community.
Shocker Adam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In response to my WPQ, the Parliamentary Under-Secretary said that MOD assesses support to foreign forces on a case-to-case basis and that UK training always promotes values like human rights and international law. Can I ask the Minister, with that response, how does that square with our continued support of Israel's war crime in Gaza, and will dual nationals serving in the IDF be held accountable?
Mr. Speaker, all actions of the UK government is in compliance with international humanitarian law. We want to see an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. We have fewer than 5 personnel from Israel on non-combat academic courses currently, but we keep all our training under review.
Tristan Osborne.
Mr. Speaker, many ministers will be aware of the recent launch of XV Excalibur in the south of England, an autonomous submarine and vehicle that is the future of naval capability. Can the Minister clarify what other investments the Strategic Defence Review is making in autonomous vehicles and unmanned submarine technologies and glider technologies?
Minister. Can I thank him for raising that? Excalibur will be an incredible autonomous asset. And as the Street Defence View sets out, it's not only crewed, uncrewed and autonomous systems that will be standard across armed forces. It is the fact that at the heart of it will be investment in the people who will be manufacturing, standing behind it. And that's why when the Defence Investment Plan comes out later this year, there'll be more opportunities for SMEs, primes and businesses right across the country to invest in our uncrewed and autonomous future in a hybrid military.
Rebecca Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week I asked the Chief Secretary to the Treasurer what happened to the £4 billion earmarked for autonomous systems, including in Plymouth, that were written into the Chancellor's spending review speech but not actually delivered on the day, and he didn't know. So can the Secretary of State confirm that this funding does indeed exist, and would he like to accept an invitation to come to Turnchapel Wharf, where marine autonomy is being developed and is exciting? And yeah, that was it.
Mr. Speaker. I can confirm the £4 billion is funded. I can confirm it's double what was planned before the election in autonomous and drone technology in this Parliament, and I confirm that we will spend it and invest it in this Parliament. And I always like coming to Plymouth, as my honourable friend, the Armed Forces Minister, drags me down frequently.
Chris Moore.
Speaker, last week's historic NATO summit concluded with members laying the foundation for a strong and united NATO. With the changing nature of the threats we face, does the Secretary of State agree with me that working even more closely with our NATO allies is crucial to keeping the UK secure at home and stronger abroad?
I do indeed, Mr. Speaker. NATO is bigger, stronger, more lethal than ever before. It is our guarantee that we will never fight alone, and that's why the leading contribution Britain makes to NATO deterrence and defence is a big part of keeping us safe for the future.
Chris Colton.
Speaker, does the government know if the US government is still providing technical military intelligence support, such as ELINT or imagery, for Ukraine? And if it were cut off by President Trump, would the Americans effectively restrict our British military technical intelligence support to Ukraine?
I thank him for his question. He will understand that we can't talk about sharing military intelligence on the floor of the House, but as he has an interest in this, as do I, I'll be very happy having a conversation with him.
Snell.
The North Staffordshire Tri-Service Veterans Association does a wonderful job supporting veterans across Stoke-on-Trent, but all too often they find that the military covenant isn't working for them, and in Stoke-on-Trent in particular it seems to be failing. So could the Minister set out what action this government is taking to ensure that the covenant is actually worth the paper it's printed on in cities like mine?
Absolutely, and I'd like to highlight the Prime Minister made an announcement about broadening the covenant and the duty of care that would deliver from 3 government departments to 14, and it will now be in other government departments to ensure that level of duty is adhered to across all of the local councils.
Thank you very much,
Mr. Speaker. 3,537 of my constituents in South Norfolk are veterans. Being a veteran in a rural community is very different to being in an urban community. So what action is the government taking to ensure that my veterans have the support they need?
So, as mentioned several times today already, the Valour programme will accommodate that. It will not be a service that is a blueprint for everyone, but we'll take those geographical differences into place and make sure it's fit for purpose to make sure our veterans get the deal they deserve.
Mr. Speaker, the SDR published this month clearly states the foundation of the UK's approach to deterrence remains a minimal, credible, independent UK nuclear deterrent assigned to the defence of NATO, and it goes on to say that the UK's nuclear weapons are operationally independent. Somehow, in the last 29 days, the UK government no longer sees its Trident nuclear missiles as a minimal, credible deterrent. Why was this major change in policy not announced in the SDR?
Can I thank him for the question? It is very clear from this government that our support for our independent nuclear deterrent is solid. It is not changing. We're investing in new submarines. We're investing in the base in Faslane. We're investing in new nuclear reactors in Derby. And we're backing those people that keep our country safe with that ultimate guarantor of our security, that nuclear deterrent.
For the rest, object.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since the 14th of June, an F-35B from the Prince of Wales Carrier Strike Group has been stranded on the runway at Thiruvananthapuram Civilian Airport in India. What steps is the government taking to recover the plane? How much longer will that take? And how will the government ensure the security of protected technologies on the jet whilst in the hangar and out of view?
We're continuing to work with our Indian friends who provided first-class support when the F-35B was unable to return to Prince of Wales when on a flight mission. We're continuing to work with our Indian friends, and I'm absolutely certain the security of the jet is in good hands with RAF crew with the jet at all times.
John Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With as many as 35,000 Ukrainian children still missing and likely held in occupied territory or in Russia, will the Minister provide assurance that this government is not only helping take action to support injured soldiers in Ukraine back onto the front line, but doing everything they can to support reuniting Ukrainian children with their families?
Hear, hear.
Can I thank him for that question? Operation Renovator, our contribution to supporting Ukrainian injured soldiers recover and get back into the fight to guarantee the safety of their nation is something that we're very proud to invest in. We'll continue supporting Renovator and our Ukrainian friends for as long as it takes.
John Glenn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Further to the exchange of the Secretary of State with the member for Epsom and Ewell, infantry regiments cite difficulty recruiting in their traditional communities and their traditional recruitment grounds. What more can be done to specifically encourage young British men to join the army?
Last year, 165,000 young people tried to join the British Army. We hired 9,500 of them. 84% left because the process was too long. We have a superb attract feature. We need to be better at converting. That's the progress that we're making, but there's more work to be done. Happy meeting him if he has ideas that might support that.
Dr. Peterborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sadly, we have all seen the devastation caused by modern missiles. Germany is preparing to receive Arrow 3 missile defence system, ordered just 2 years ago. The system can intercept intercontinental missiles at 2,500 kilometres. What plans does this government have to equip this country similarly?
Mr. Speaker, one of the recommendations in the Strategic Defence Review was that we develop an integrated air and missile defence system in this country. We have to take our homeland security more seriously than we have in the past, and that's exactly what we will do.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last defence questions. I asked the Secretary of State to join me in wishing a forthcoming happy birthday to Eastbourne's last surviving war veteran, Eric Deach, turning 100. Unfortunately, tomorrow I shall be a pallbearer at his funeral. He didn't make it. And so will the Secretary of State, ahead of that funeral, join me in wishing one final tribute to Eric for his service and everything he did to fight for our country?
Yeah. I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman. It needs no words. He heard the response of the House to Mr. Deach, his family and his friends and his comrades. We offer our deepest sympathies, and our thoughts will be with the Honourable Gentleman tomorrow as he bears that coffin into the crematorium or to the church for Mr. Deach's final journey.
Andy MacDonald.
Will the government raise with the F-35 Joint Programme Office
or with the Joint Executive Steering Board, the human rights breaches and the possibility of suspending Israel's access whilst also maintaining supplies to other customers?
Mr. Speaker, we always keep in mind our obligations under international law, and we obviously discuss matters amongst the F-35 nations that might pertain to it.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Saturday, I had the pleasure of welcoming the Secretary of State to my hometown of Cleethorpes, where we witnessed the National Armed Forces event. Earlier, the Right Honourable Gentleman referred to the volunteers who make this possible. My constituent, Alex Baxter, who we met on Saturday, has masterminded the Armed Forces event in Cleethorpes now for many years. So would the Secretary of State join with me in congratulating Alex and his team for a splendid event?
Mr. Speaker, I had one of the best days in this job so far with the Honourable Gentleman in his hometown in Cleethorpes and in my honourable friend, the member for Great Grimsby and Cleethorpes constituency. They were there together, and behind it was Alex Baxter, the absolutely formidable figure that has organised the Armed Forces Major Events team that staged the Cleethorpes Armed Forces Day. 300,000 people expected over the weekend. It was a great boost to our armed forces, to veterans and to the people of Cleethorpes.
Final question, Calvin Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Cadets are a wonderful source of social mobility in our country and played a key role in last weekend's Armed Forces Day celebrations. And I want to recognise my brilliant local air cadets, 12F, Waltham Forest and Leighton Squadron, and 241 Wanstead and Woodford Squadron. Will the Minister set out the Government's approach to increasing the size and offer for cadet forces in communities like mine so that everyone can benefit from the opportunities cadets have to offer?
Minister.
I'd like to thank the honourable friend for all of his support of the cadet forces and the armed forces. It's remiss of me to say that the cadet forces provide an excellent social mobility platform for young children across the country, taking people, giving them hope, giving them priority, principles, pushing full into them when it comes to determination. And that's why this government has committed to raising the cadet force by 30% and giving more children across the country better opportunities.
It's a pleasure to be President of Chorley Cadets as well. They are cadets. Right, let the front bench change over. Right, we now come to the statement. Secretary of State for Works and Pensions, Liz Kendall.
Mr. Speaker, with permission, I will make a statement on the government's welfare reforms. This government believes in equality and social justice, and we are determined to build a fairer society where everyone has the chance to fulfil their potential and achieve their ambitions, no matter where they're born or what their parents do. We know, as all Labour governments know, that the only way of unlocking the potential of individuals and our country as a whole is when we collectively provide real opportunities and real support. I am proud of the steps that this government has already taken to deliver on our promise of a better future for all. We're creating more good jobs in every part of the country, including through our modern industrial strategy and plans for clean energy. We're in...
Order. Can I just say to the front bench, it's just started. If you're not interested, I know my constituents are, so please, I expect the same courtesy when you speak.
We're investing in our vital transport infrastructure, in skills, and getting the NHS back on its feet. Our landmark employment rights bill will improve the quality of work, and our increases in the national minimum wage are helping make work pay. But alongside these vital steps, we also need to reform the welfare state. The principles set out in our Pathways to Work Green Paper are rooted in values I know many MPs share, that those who can work must work, but often need proper support to do so. those who can never work, must be protected, and that the welfare state must be fair both for those who need support and for taxpayers, so it is sustainable for generations to come. But the system we inherited from the party opposite is failing on all these fronts. It incentivises people to define themselves as incapable of work just to be able to afford to live. It then writes them off and denies them any help or support. The result is 2.8 million of our fellow citizens now out of work due to long-term sickness. Almost 1 million young people not in education, employment or training. That's a staggering 1 in 8 of all our young people. And the future sustainability of the system has also been put at risk, with the number of people on personal independence payments set to more than double this decade to over 4 million, with awards increasing at twice the rate of increases in the prevalence of disabled people in our society, adding 1,000 new PIP awards every single day. Now, I know MPs on this side of the House have welcomed many aspects of our reforms. Our plans to bring in the first ever sustained above-inflation rise to the Universal Credit Standard Allowance. The first permanent real terms increase in the headline rate of out-of-work benefits since the 1970s, and historic change in the direction of public policy. The biggest ever investment in employment support for sick and disabled people, quadrupling what we inherited from the Tories to £1 billion a year. Our plans to ensure that people with severe lifelong health conditions will never be reassessed, removing all the unnecessary and unacceptable anxiety this brings. And our plans to legislate for a right to try, guaranteeing that trying work in and of itself will never lead to a benefit reassessment, giving people the confidence to take the plunge and try work, something many organisations have called for years. But, Mr. Speaker, there have also been real concerns about our initial proposals. We have listened carefully, and we are making positive changes as a result. First and foremost, many members of this House, alongside disabled people and their organisations, have been very concerned about requiring existing claimants to score a minimum of 4 points on at least one activity to be eligible for the daily living component of PIP when they are reassessed after November 2026. And they've been concerned that the pace of change was too fast. I fully understand that even though 9 out of 10 people claiming PIP when the changes come in would be unaffected by the end of this Parliament, that this has caused deep and widespread anxiety amongst existing claimants, because they rely on the income from PIP for so many different aspects of their lives. So we will now ensure the new 4-point requirement will only apply to new claims from November 2026. This means no existing claimants will lose PIP because of the changes brought forward in this bill, and existing claimants of passported benefits like carers allowance will continue to get them too. Now, some people have said they're concerned it will create a two-tier system. But I would say to the House, including members opposite, that our benefit system often protects existing claimants from new rates or new rules, because lives have been built around that support, and it's often very hard for people to adjust. For example, some people still receive the severe disablement allowance, which was closed to new claims in 2001. When Labour introduced the local housing allowance in 2008, existing claimants stayed on the old higher rates of housing benefit, and many people are still on DLA, which replaced PIP in 2013. So we believe protecting existing claimants whilst beginning to focus PIP on those with higher needs for new claimants going forward strikes the right and fair balance. The second important question raised by members was seeing more details of our wider review of the PIP assessment before being asked to vote on the changes in this bill, and many MPs also want to know the views and voices of disabled people will be heard at the heart of our plans. So we have today published the terms of reference for our wider PIP review, led by the Minister for Social Security and Disability, to ensure this vital benefit is fit for the future, taking account of changes in society since it was first introduced. The review will look at the role of the PIP assessment, including activities, descriptors, and the associated points, to ensure these properly capture the impact of long-term health conditions and disability in the modern world. And it will be co-produced with disabled people, their organisations, clinicians, other experts and MPs before reporting to the Secretary of State by autumn next year and implemented as soon as possible thereafter. The third issue of concern was that our plans to freeze the universal credit health top-up for existing claimants and for future claimants with severe lifelong health conditions and those at the end of life would not protect incomes in real terms, even with the increase in the universal credit standard allowance. So I can today confirm that we will ensure for these groups the combined value of the universal credit standard allowance and the health top-up will rise at least in line with inflation, protecting their incomes from these benefits in real terms every year for the rest of this Parliament. And together with the changes to our proposals for PIP, this will ensure no existing claimants are put into poverty as a result of the changes in this bill. And finally, Mr. Speaker, whilst there has been widespread support for the extra investment we are putting into employment support for sick and disabled people, I know many honourable members on this side of the House have been concerned that this isn't enough. So I can today announce we are putting an additional £300 million into employment support for sick and disabled people. So we will be delivering a total of £600 million for support next year, £800 million the year after, and £1 billion in 28-29, increasing our total spending on employment support for sick and disabled people to £3.8 billion over this Parliament, because disabled people who can work shouldn't wait to have the same rights and chances to work as everybody else. And the measures we are announcing today will cost around £2.5 billion in 2029-30, and the overall savings and costing of our reform package will be certified by the OBR in the normal way at the next fiscal event. Mr. Speaker, welfare reform is never easy, but it is essential, because there is no route to equality or social justice based on greater benefit spending alone. The path to a fairer society, where everyone can thrive, where people who can work get the support they need, and where we protect those who cannot work, that is the path we seek to build with our reforms. Our plans are rooted in fairness for those who need support and for taxpayers. They're about ensuring the welfare state survives, so there is always a safety net for those who need it, and so it lasts for generations to come. But above all, our reforms are rooted in our fundamental belief that everyone can fulfil their potential and live their hopes and dreams if we provide them with the right help and support. This is the better future we seek to build for our constituents and our country, and I commend this statement to the House.
Service Secretary of State Alan Waitley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Right Honourable Lady for advance sight of her statement. This is a government in chaos. Open rebellion from their own backbenches, unfunded U-turns costing billions, and welfare plans that are not worth the paper they are written on. Their latest idea is a two-tier welfare system to trap people in a lifetime of benefits and deny them the dignity of work while leaving the taxpayer to pick up the ever-growing bill. Mr. Speaker, it is a long-held Conservative belief that those who can work should work. Work provides security and purpose. That's why we launched universal credit, simplifying complex benefits and ensuring that work always paid. And it works. During the decade up to the pandemic, we got the number of people on benefits and the benefits bill itself down. 800 jobs were created for every day that we were in office, giving millions of people the dignity and security that work brings. But then, during the pandemic, we saw something new. The health and disability bit of our benefit system started to break. The bill is forecast to hit £100 billion by 2030. £1 in every £4 of income tax will be spent on health and disability benefits, more than the entire defence budget. This is not fair for the taxpayer, not fair for people who are written off, and certainly not sustainable for the country. Yet, despite Labour having 14 years in opposition and now a year in government, they still don't have a plan to bring down the welfare bill or get people into work. What we now have before us is a rushed and chaotic compromise. It is not reform in any sense of the word. It is woefully unambitious about savings, conspicuously lacks compassion, and achieves no meaningful change of a system we all know is broken. Thanks to the government's latest climb down, we are left with a plan that will save just £2.5 billion of a £100 billion bill by introducing a two-tier system. Two people diagnosed with Parkinson's a week apart will now receive different levels of support, all to clear up an internal Labour argument. The government's own impact assessment shows that these plans won't get a single person into work. The idea that work is the guiding motivation for these changes is laughable. And it's not there aren't things that the government could do. They could reform the fit nose system, which sees 94% of people applying being told that they are too sick to do any work at all. They could say today that they would make all sickness benefit assessments face-to-face. And they could get a grip of the rising claims for common mental health problems like anxiety and depression. Claims for these and neurodevelopmental conditions like ADHD are the main reason for the steep rise in the number of people in sickness benefits and make up more than half of all new claims. Absolutely. The Centre for Social Justice have found that you could save up to £9 billion by reforming these benefits. But nothing we've seen from Labour over the last couple of weeks suggests that they have the courage and conviction to grip this problem. And in the meantime, our welfare bill will only continue to rise. Mr. Speaker, we agree on the need for reform and have set out under what conditions we would support the government. First, the welfare budget must come down. Second, we need to get people back into work. And third, there must be no new tax rises to pay for increases in welfare spending. But with the welfare bill ever growing, unemployment rising and jobs disappearing, the bill fails on all accounts. So, will the Right Honourable Lady confirm whether the changes she's announcing today will be paid for through borrowing or taxation? Could I ask, where are these good jobs she claims to be creating when vacancies are going down and unemployment is going up? Has she read the impact assessment for their employment rights bill, which makes it clear that it will be harder for people to find work as a result? Why did it take them a year to publish the terms of reference for their PIP assessment review? And when can we expect changes if it doesn't report back until autumn 2026? Could I try one more time to ask what the difference is between her right to try guarantee and our chance to work guarantee? And finally, Mr. Speaker, is this it? Aren't there any more savings? Aren't they going to get any more people into work? Is this the extent of their ambition for reforming the welfare system during their time in office? In 5 years' time, is this going to be her legacy?
Secretary of State.
Well, I'm in listening mode and I listened carefully to what the Honourable Lady said, and once again her strategy seems to be to rail against the problems she and her party created. I mean, she did have a bit of chutzpah to talk about a two-tier system. That's precisely what members opposite did when they protected people on legacy benefits, when they moved on to UC, and they replaced DLA with PIP. They are part of that, and they should admit that rather than making those points. She said we should bring back face-to-face reassessments. We are, because they switched them off. But to be honest, I I'm still no clearer about what their policy actually is. She and the Shadow Chancellor claim they had a plan to cut £12 billion from the welfare bill in their manifesto. But the truth is, it was nothing but a vague idea about turning PIP into vouchers, and she talks about footnotes. I think you tried to reform them about 3 or 4 times. It completely failed, as have all their other efforts. And the one change they did propose was to the work capability assessment, and their consultation was ruled illegal by the courts. What is beyond doubt is the mess they left our welfare state and country in. Economic inactivity rising, it's coming down under Labour. Disability benefits doubling and the cost to taxpayers soaring too. We are putting in place real reforms based on our values, fair for those who need support and for taxpayers. That's the leadership this country deserves.
I'm now coming to the chair of the Select Committee, Debbie Abrahams.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for her statement, and I absolutely agree. We must reform our social security system. Under the previous government, it neither supported or protected disabled people. I'm also very supportive of the principles that the government has set out. But can I just query some of the points that she has said, particularly about a new PIP assessment process under the PIP review that my right honourable friend, the Minister for Social Security and Disability, will be undertaking. She said that 4 points won't apply until November 2026, and that the review will report in November 2026. But surely the PIP review should determine the new process. If this is being truly co-produced with disabled people and their organisations, the review should determine both the new process, the new points and the new descriptors. And we shouldn't predetermine it at 4 points at the moment.
Secretary of State.
I thank my honourable friend for her question, and I'm obviously looking forward to coming and giving evidence about our overall proposals to the Select Committee. The bill brings forward a 4-point requirement for all new PIP claims after 2026. I've been very clear this will only apply to new claimants. We are also committed to this wider review of PIP, so it's fit for the future. That will include considering the assessment criteria, the activities descriptors and the associated points to ensure they properly reflect the impact of disability in today's world. The review will conclude by autumn 2026, and we will then implement any changes arriving from that as quickly as possible. I would say that we have to get the right balance here, because we do seek to, I've been a long-standing champion of co-production, including when I was the Shadow Minister for Social Care. We have to do that properly, but the 4-point minimum will be in place for new claimants as we look to make changes for the future.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Steve Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the Prime Minister and many ministers have identified that the benefit system is broken and the cost of it is skyrocketing. But balancing the books on the backs of the poor is wrong-headed in the extreme. The proposals today are a leap into the dark. Colleagues, Liberal Democrat colleagues, and I are really concerned that these proposals are rushed proposals, and legislation that is rushed is often wrong with unintended consequences. As Liberal Democrats and the Member of Parliament for Torbay, we're really concerned about disabled and long-term sick, their children, their families, and also carers. There are some root causes here. Our broken NHS and social care system needs to be resolved so that there is the support for those who are most in need. Our access to work scheme is broken and needs resolving as a matter of urgency. There are some real challenges there, and so I hope the Minister will give some genuine answers around what consultation has the Minister undertaken with carers, and also what cost shunting have you identified for our care and social needs system with any proposals. And finally, will the Minister consider withdrawing these proposals so there is adequate consultation and scrutiny to avoid any bystanders being hit by these proposals?
So state.
The honourable gentleman for his question. I do know he cares passionately about these issues. He raises the urgent need to make sure that our NHS is back on its feet, and we are beginning to make a difference with waiting lists down for the first time in 2 years, creating 4 million more appointments in our first year, when that's more than double we promised. He talks about the failings of access to work. I absolutely agree. That is why, as part of the Green Paper, we are looking to reform it so it's available to more people in future. And we passionately care about family carers. And as I said in my statement, existing benefit PIP claimants will be protected as a result of the changes announced today, and all those carers who get their carers allowance because it's a passported benefit. I would say to him too, we are looking at the future of social care with the review by Louise Caseby. The reason we are bringing these changes forwards is we do not think that it is acceptable that the UK has one of the widest disability employment gaps in Western Europe at 28%, much higher than Germany, France and Sweden. We think that's unacceptable. We want to change it, and that's why we're making these reforms.
Can we try and speed up question answers? It's not your fault. I'm just thinking of the numbers. Everybody wants to make a comment. I understand why. Joanna Baxter is a good example.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I welcome my honourable friend's statement and the additional £300 million for employment support, and also that the PIP review will be co-produced with disabled people and their representatives. But many of my constituents in Paisley and Renfrewshire South are relying on the Scottish Government for employment support and also for getting waiting lists down to help them back into work. So can she outline for me what discussions she is having with the Scottish Government to address those concerns?
Well, our new Jobs and Careers Service applies in all parts of the UK, including Scotland, to help get more people back into work with personalised support. And I would simply say the spending review has delivered an additional £9 billion for Scotland, the biggest ever settlement in the history of devolution. And I just hope that the SNP matches our ambition to get more people into good work instead of cutting the employability budget as they have done in recent years.
John Glenn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the vast majority of people in this country believe in a welfare system that is compassionate to the vulnerable and particularly the disabled. But that they can no longer understand why so many people in this country, in contrast to other similar countries, have so many in this situation where they're not working. Yes, we were in power for 14 years, and during COVID, when as a minister we made decisions like stopping face-to-face assessments because we couldn't do it. Yes. But we all recognised that that process of recovering from that COVID time has not gone as well as it should have been. But I would say to the Secretary of State, if she cannot deliver the shift in the numbers, this economy is in a death spiral. She needs to recognise that these changes need to reset radically to meet the expectations of the country.
I absolutely believe that we have got to reset the system. We have to make sure that everybody who can work gets the opportunity to do so and the support that they need. That is precisely what we're trying to do with these plans. And I would just gently say to the honourable gentleman who I admire that it is precisely that failure and that mess that we are now trying to tackle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank the Secretary of State for the movement made in the last week. It would have been good to have had those conversations earlier. We are where we are. In response to my honourable friend, the chair of the Department for Work and Pensions Select Committee, my right honourable friends spoke about the November deadline and the 4 points kicking in. Could she explain to the House the rationale for settling on those 4 points in one category prior to the Timms review?
I thank my honourable friend for her question. Our objective here is to, as it always have been, and I am grateful to her and others for all the engagement that they have done with us, and I'm very grateful for that going forward. But the reason we are making these changes is we have to both get more people who can work into work and try to begin to focus this really important benefit on those with higher needs, so it is sustainable for the future. That will not affect existing claimants on PIP. They will have their incomes protected. I think that is a very positive change that we are making. The TIMS review will indeed look at those descriptors and the points that are allocated as part of a much wider assessment, because we have to make sure this benefit lasts for the future, to make sure it is always there for those in greatest need.
Marriott Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this week's U-turn, the Secretary of State just told us, will cost £2,500 million a year by 2029. So can she tell the House how she proposes to cover that expense?
This change will be fully funded, and it will be set out in the normal way. It will be set out in the normal way at the next fiscal event, as I'm sure all honourable members in this House would appreciate.
Rachel Musk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome progress, but I cannot countenance sick and disabled people being denied support to enable them to be independent in the future, and 150,000 people pushed into deeper policy, nor can disabled people across our country support these measures. It is a matter of conscience. So can I ask the Secretary of State if she could set out why we're voting on these matters tomorrow, when the TIMS review says that there could be real changes in the criteria that is used to assess people up to 4 points. It feels like signing a blank cheque.
I know my honourable friend cares passionately about these issues, but may I just say, no existing claimant will be put into poverty as a result of the changes in this bill. The figures she are giving are about future notional claimants, and they take into account none of the record levels of employment support we are putting into the system. We have published very clear evidence that proper support programmes can get sick and disabled people into work, to stay in work, making sure they can improve their incomes and their lives. And I would say to all honourable members, we have absolutely committed to co-producing the TIMS review. Indeed, we will be working very closely with disabled people about our reforms to access to work, how we make that Pathways to Work investment get the best results for disabled people and for their families. That work will take time, but we will implement the decisions as soon as possible.
Manira Wilson.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my constituent Steve had been a fit, active working person until about a year ago. Since then, he's been debilitated by ME, which has left him only able to get out of the house for about an hour every fortnight. Even getting dressed leaves him needing a lie down. Now, PIP is already difficult for people like Steve to access. He told me he would rather have lost both his legs than get ME. So could the Secretary of State tell Steve why, if he'd got ME 2 to 3 years later, he almost certainly wouldn't have been eligible for any PIP at all?
I'm deeply concerned to hear about what her constituent has been through. I have many constituents myself who have both real needs, but also have struggled to get PIP, and we absolutely want to make sure that that whole assessment process works as effectively as possible, and I would urge her and her constituents to feed into the TIMS review. But what I would say just once again, existing claimants like her constituent will not lose their income as a result of the changes in this bill. It is very common throughout the benefit system to have existing claimants protected on old rules and old rates, and that is what we are doing today.
Dr. Bridton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome her words that recognise the need to enable disabled people to fulfil their potential. Since April, I've engaged with the government, making it clear I could not support the proposals on PIP. Our manifesto committed to championing the rights of disabled people and to the principle of working with disabled people.
Having no public consultation on these plans excludes the voices of disabled people. This is not just about process. This makes disabled people worse off. The principle of fairness means disabled people had a legitimate expectation to be consulted, and in order to fulfil the Equality Act Section 149 Public Sector Equality Duty. Why did the Department for Work and Pensions choose not to consult with disabled people on PIP proposals, and what work will her department do to win back the trust of disabled people?
My honourable friend is a powerful voice, and I know she will always remain that in this House. We are absolutely committed to co-producing this PIP review led by Sir Stephen Timms. She may know we are also setting up collaboration committees on access to work and on pathways to work to make sure we really get this right. I look forward to meeting with her and many other disabled people and their organisations to absolutely make sure we get this right as we go forward.
Sir Desmond Swade.
To describe it as fair and equal, to treat people with identical conditions differently purely on the basis of whether they are an existing applicant, an existing recipient of benefits, is Orwellian newspeak on stilts, isn't it?
So why did his party do it for 14 years?
Vicky Foxcroft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for her statement. Will the Timms Review have the powers to review the planned budget savings for future claimants of PIP and UC health components? And secondly, if claimants request a reassessment because of worsening health conditions, will they be assessed on the current criteria or new eligibility criteria?
I thank my honourable friend for her question. The PIP review is not driven by an objective of making savings. It's about making sure that this really vital benefit is fair and fit for the future. And as is the case now, people can request reassessments whenever they want. For existing claimants, they will remain under the new rules unless they request a reassessment until November 2026. And from November 2026 onwards, there will be that 4-point minimum.
Kirsty Black.
If this is what they think people voted for, what people wanted when they voted in July last year, why was it not in their manifesto? Why did they not put in their manifesto that they were going to cut the winter fuel payment, that they were going to keep the two-child cap, and that they were going to push 150,000 more disabled people into poverty? Is it perhaps because she realised how deeply unpopular and wrong these changes would be?
I mean, it was, I don't expect her to have read every line of our manifesto, but reforming the benefits system was in our manifesto, and so too is our commitment to tackling child poverty. And I would say I am beyond proud that the Chancellor invested the resources we need to extend free school meals to all families on universal credit and lift 100,000 children out of poverty, a down payment on our child poverty strategy this autumn.
Chair of Women's Equality, Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all agree that the welfare system needs reform, but many of us in this place believe that changes for disability support should not take place without listening to disabled people's voices and experiences. Over the last few days, I'm hopeful that the government has shown strength in listening and moving on what they've heard. However, I have a question on the sequencing. What is the logic of making changes to future claimants before finishing the Timms Review, now co-produced with disabled people? Could this lead to not just 2 tiers, but 3 tiers? Those existing claimants, those new claimants who will lose out, and those post-Timms Review?
No, that won't be correct. As I've set out in my statement, existing claimants on PIP will be protected. But the reason that we are making the changes for future claimants is we want to start to focus that for future claimants on those with higher needs. But current claimants of both PIP and, as I've set out, on Universal Credit Health Top-Up, no one who are claiming those benefits will be pushed into poverty as a result of the changes in this bill.
James Wyatt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Health and sickness benefits spending is set to hit £100 billion by the end of the Parliament. So why isn't she bringing forward proper reforms rather than these rushed cuts imposed by the Chancellor that only save £2 billion and duck the difficult decisions that deal with the scale of the challenge that we face?
Perhaps he should make that point to his front bench when they had 14 years.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome the clarity my right honourable friend has set out, particularly for existing PIP claimants and those with severe conditions. But my constituents, who I met this weekend, would want to be actively a part of designing the changes that affect them. So can the Secretary of State confirm that my constituents will be able to feed their direct lived experience into the PIP review?
Yes, as I set out in my statement, we intend to co-produce the TIMS review with disabled people, the organisations that represent them, other experts and MPs, so her constituents absolutely will be able to feed their views into this review. We want to strike the right balance here because co-production does actually take time. We want to do it as quickly as possible, but it's got to be done as effectively as possible. And I look forward to working with my honourable friend and involving her constituents' views.
Tim Farron.
Mr. Speaker, I spoke to a resident, a friend, in my constituency over the weekend. She's a wheelchair user since a failed back operation some years ago. She currently gets PIP. She gets 3 points for dressing and undressing. She gets 2 points for washing and bathing. She needs help with both. Yet she fears, as do I, that anybody with her needs or exact needs applying after next November will be left without help. We are right to be concerned and to fear that, aren't we? That is unjust and uncaring, isn't it?
I would merely repeat to the honourable gentleman that it is very common throughout the benefit system to protect existing claimants from new rules and new rates. But I would also say to him, we are putting billions of pounds extra into the NHS so people can get the health and social care support they need. We're putting the biggest ever employment support investment in for sick and disabled people because we know disabled people who are out of work are twice as likely to be in poverty. That's the investment we're making. His constituents will be protected and will not be put into poverty as a result of the changes in this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the Secretary of State for her commitment to bring forward a stronger bill and working with colleagues across the House on this. The reality is any one of us in this House could become disabled. Disability does not discriminate. And it's important for us to recognise the network of informal care, which is keeping our social care system. And the reality is that for a number of carers, they would not be eligible for carers allowance without the PIP eligibility. And there are so many carers who are receiving carers allowance who is in poverty. Those people are not doing it for the money, they're doing it because they are wanting to help a loved one, a family friend. I know from personal experience, being a carer for my mum, when you're helping someone to bathe, someone to get out of bed, someone to cook and clean, the toll it takes on you, you are not doing this for money, but they are scared. So can the Secretary of State confirm that we will protect those carers in any future PIP changes, because it is right that those carers should not be pushed into further poverty?
My honourable friend is a huge champion of these issues, and I have long championed what unpaid family carers do. As she says, many don't even think they're a carer, they're just, a husband, wife, son, daughter, mum, dad, looking after the person they love. And I want to reassure her, as I said in my statement, that existing PIP claimants and all those who get passported benefits like carers will be protected as a result of the changes we have made. And indeed, I know my honourable friend, the Health Secretary, wants to do far more to support family carers in future, because without them, our NHS would collapse.
Does the Secretary of State agree that, whilst necessary at the time of COVID, the removal of the requirement for face-to-face assessments was an opening of the door to potential abuse? And if so, will she commit in principle to the reinstatement of face-to-face assessments?
That's exactly what we committed to in our Green Paper.
Good, Snell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presumably the outcome of the Timms review will require some form of primary legislation to enact the changes to the system that will come from the Department of Work and Pensions, in which case, Mr Speaker, can I suggest to the Minister that removing clause 5 from the bill tomorrow and putting it into any future legislation means the Department can still have its thresholds in the future if it wants to, but only once everybody knows what the criteria against those judges will be made?
Well, we are co-producing this review, and it may result in changes that require primary legislation or secondary legislation or other action, and I don't want to preempt that. Let me just bring the honourable gentleman in the House back to what the purpose of these changes are, which is to make sure we have a system that is fair for those who need support and fair for taxpayers, and so that we do try and put the welfare state on a more sustainable footing in future. Because if we don't, my real fear is it won't be there for the very people who really, really need support going forward.
Adrian Ramsey.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Today's statement feels like a panicked political fix to an indefensible attempt to cut benefits from the most sick and disabled people, but it lacks competence and it lacks compassion. And given that the Secretary of State talks about social justice, how can she justify people who might need that support in the future not receiving the support that disabled and sick people rightly receive today? And wouldn't the right thing to do be to shelve these proposals so she can allow time to do what she's promised to do and genuinely co-produce and consult with disabled people on the right way forward?
I just fundamentally disagree with the honourable gentleman's proposition. Our changes are rooted in very clear principles that those who can work should work and need the support to do so, that those who cannot work should be protected, but that we need a system that is fair and sustainable. And I do not believe we can wait. We cannot wait while disabled people in this country want to work but are denied the opportunities to do so. We cannot have a system where 1 in 8 young people are not in education, employment or training, with all the terrible long-term consequences this brings. And we cannot see 1 in 10 of our fellow citizens trapped out of work, economically inactive, because that is not a good future for them or for our country.
Derek Twin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, we already know that the bill as published was flawed. We know that because the changes that have been announced today and have been made over the last few days. So while I welcome, of course, the wider review of PIP and the consultation with disabled people, their organisations and clinicians, I do have to put the question to the Secretary of State. Given this wider review, given the Timms review is yet to report, why are we pushing ahead at this stage?
Because we have to begin to reform the welfare state to help those who can work to do so, to protect those who cannot, and to begin to put our welfare state on a more sustainable footing in future. This protects existing claimants. They will not be affected by the changes in this bill. It ensures that people have a right to try. It ensures those with severe lifelong conditions never face reassessment. It comes alongside the biggest ever employment support for sick and disabled people. I think that together, this is a fair and balanced package that meets the needs of existing claimants and reforms the welfare state for the future.
David Hammond.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. There were almost 1 million fewer workless households in 2024 than there were in 2010. And one factor behind that was universal credit and reducing the barriers and the perceived risks of going back into work if you weren't sure how it was going to work out. Now, notwithstanding the right to try, if there are in future going to be 2 different levels of health component outside of the severe conditions criteria, isn't that going to raise those barriers back up and do the exact opposite of her stated intent?
Fundamentally disagree with the honourable gentleman, who I have great respect for. I actually think that universal credit, some of this actually locked people out of work because they had to define themselves as incapable of work, unable to afford to be able to live. Fewer than 1% of people on UC Health, fewer than 1% move into work every single month. That is not good enough for them, their incomes and their life chances, and it's not good enough for the taxpayer either.
Yuan Yang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the Secretary of State and her colleagues in the department for their tireless work over the last week, and I very much welcome her commitment to co-production with disabled people in the Thames Review. The atrocious handling of the pandemic by the previous Conservative government has left the economy and disabled people paying the cost. I would like to ask the Secretary of State to confirm then whether the Thames Review funding model will have the fiscal baseline of the 4-point system inherited, and if that is the case, how can that be meaningful co-production with disabled people?
I thank the Honourable Lady for her question, and I agree with her comments about the state of the economy. As I said in my statement, the 4-point minimum will not now relate to existing claimants. It will come in November 2026 for new claims. But the Thames Review and the co-production will indeed look not only at the activities and the descriptors, but the points given to them. It is really important that we don't set up a process of co-production and then overrule that. We want to have a benefit system that enables disabled people to have dignity and independence and the same choices and chances to live the life they want as anybody else. It's a really important process, and I hope that she and many other honourable members in the House will work with us to get this right.
Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently met with a support group in my constituency of Bristol Woodstock of those who suffer from ME, chronic fatigue syndrome or long COVID, and their description of the devastating impact of these variable conditions was very affecting. I want to ask the Secretary of State today if one of those people were to have an improvement in their condition such that they were no longer eligible for PIP and then to re-present for assessment, would they be entitled to return to the PIP level they were on previously, or would they be treated as new applicants under the terms that she has described today?
The Honourable Gentleman raises a really important point, which is precisely what we want to look at in the PIP review, because it doesn't take into account fluctuating conditions. That is really important issue moving forward, and I hope that his constituents and organisations that represent those with fluctuating conditions, we will be absolutely determined to involve them in the process of this review.
Patricia Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful to my colleagues in the Labour front bench for listening to what backbenchers have been saying for months now and for making so many changes. However, I didn't see any changes that affect young people, particularly care-experienced young people. So I wonder if the Secretary of State could cast some light on what discussions are ongoing with young people about the processes involving them.
I really thank my honourable friend for her question. I would say a couple of points in response. As part of the process of the Green Paper, we're establishing a youth panel to make sure that young people's voices are heard in our future reforms. And actually, many of the youth guaranteed trailblazers that we're putting in place as part of our £240 million Get Britain Working Plan are looking to provide extra support for young care leavers because they're in different circumstances and need extra help. I'm sure there's far more that we can be doing in future, and I urge her to work with us to make sure their views are heard at the heart of our plans going forward.
Sammy Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are many on these benches who want to support the government in achieving the objectives of getting people back to work and being fair to those who can't work. But does she realise how difficult her actions make it for us to give support? Last week, the Deputy Prime Minister stood at that box and said, these proposals will go before Parliament this week, they're fair, and if they don't go, there's a black hole in the economy which we can't fill. And this week, we're now told that, well, actually, there's lots of people who were vulnerable, and it's not fair, and they rely on the income, and we will find the money. And the only thing that's changed in the week is that 120 backbenchers signed letters that wouldn't support these proposals. Does you realise how cynical this appears? And this is not about well thought out proposals, but simply a way of buying back the backbenchers who were rebelling.
It may astonish the House that I think leadership is about sticking to your principles and values and listening to make sure that you get things right. I believe listening is a strength, not a weakness. I believe that in politics as well as in life.
Gregory Poynton.
Our welfare system must do much more to support and reward work.
and also support people who are looking to re-enter or enter work. So what difference does you believe the right to try guarantee will help in achieve that?
Labour's historic mission is to help more people who can work into good jobs in every part of the land, not only because we believe it's the key to improving living standards, but because of the self-respect, dignity and purpose good work brings. The right to try is a really important step because we know around 50% of sick and disabled people say the reason they aren't trying work is because they fear they'll be reassessed for their benefits. We've got to put that right. But we have also got to put in place the employment support. We've got to create the good jobs in every part of the country. We've got to get those waiting lists down so people can get back to health and back to work. We are taking action on all those fronts, and I look forward to working with my honourable friend in his constituency so more of his constituents can benefit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it seems to me entirely reasonable that a government should want to control the amount it spends on welfare, and entirely reasonable to want to focus it on the most in need. But I do not understand why they brought out such rushed changes which have done nothing but cause anxiety and distress, and left them in a worse position where now they've U-turned, they're neither making the savings nor reforming the welfare. So could you, Secretary of State, please explain to me what the rationale is for the 4-point limit that she's brought in?
For new claimants, it's because we believe we need to begin to focus this vital disability benefit on those with higher needs, because I am really concerned that a doubling of the number of people on PIP over this decade, from 2 to 4.3 million, with claims and awards rising at twice the rate of the increase in the number of disabled people in society, I am deeply concerned that that risks the sustainability of the future of the system in future, and we have to make sure it's there for those who really need it, providing that vital safety net going forward. And she talks about things having a reasonable approach. I really do believe that this is. I believe protecting existing claimants, beginning to make changes for future claimants, backed by the changes for the right to try, stopping reassessments and investment in real employment support. I think that is the fair and right balance for the people who need support and for taxpayers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for her statement and her engagement. My question is about the co-production proposal. By what mechanism will that be given effect, and how is co-production here different to consultation? Will disability groups have any entitlements or powers beyond simply giving their views?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. We are not setting out the precise detail of how co-production work. I think that goes against the very essence of it. We are already in discussion with disabled people and their organisations. On our green paper, we've already set up what we call collaboration committees on our reforms to access to work and our pathways to work investment in employment support, because we want to get this right. We look forward to those discussions to make sure people have a proper say and are fully engaged and involved, because we want to make sure we get this right.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker. In her statement, the Secretary of State recognised, I quote, that existing claimants rely on the income from PIP for so many different aspects of their lives. One aspect, of course, for many is work. Why does she think that new claimants won't have the same need, and what aspects of their lives does she think they should curtail?
The Honourable Lady raises a really important point, and access to work is precisely there to support people who have needs over and above the legal requirements on employers to make reasonable adjustments. We need to fix that system because the backlogs are too long, not enough people are getting that support, and that is precisely why we're consulting on the future of access to work, and we will make the changes that people need so they can get the help they need to get good, meaningful work and stay in work and deliver that as soon as possible.
Richard Burke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite the changes, isn't it the case that over 400,000 disabled people are constituents who need assistance to cut up their food, wash themselves, go to the toilet, dress themselves, will be denied PIP from next year when they currently would have got it? And isn't the reality that Labour MPs will have to deal with this week after week after week in their constituency surgeries? And wouldn't it be better if rather than trying to save political face, the government pulls this artificial politically imposed deadline of tomorrow. It's important, not that we save face, but that we get it right.
Many honourable members have understandably raised concerns because their constituents on PIP right here, right now, are extremely anxious, even though 9 out of 10 of them who are on PIP by the time these changes come in would not have been affected. They will be protected in future. The TIMS review will look at this vital benefit going forward, the activities, the descriptors and the points it gets, and I really hope the Honourable Gentle will engage with us throughout this process to make sure we get it right.
Anne Davies.
Diolch yn fawr, Mr Llafaridd. The UK Government's amendments to the Universal Credit and the Personal Independent Payment Bill weren't included in the initial statement on the bill's compatibility with the European Convention on Human Rights. Discrimination is a real concern given that two people with the same condition could receive different support based on when they become sick or turn 18. So will the Secretary of State now make an updated statement on compatibility and also confirm that her department has complied with a public sector equality duty under the Equality Act 2010?
I can indeed confirm that we have complied with all of our legal requirements.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I don't doubt the commitment of the Secretary of State to getting this right. And she will be very, very aware that as it stands, the legal advice we've had is that these proposals will breach our obligations under the UN Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities, something the previous government did, and we rightly challenged them on it. So that we do not make the same mistake, will she give a commitment to write into a bill that these proposals will be compliant with that commitment to make sure that persons with disabilities have social protection and the enjoyment of that right without discrimination on the basis of their disability?
I would simply say to my honourable friend, who knows I have deep respect for her, that I would not be making any changes that I believed were incompatible with the law.
Paul Holmes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure the Chancellor will be delighted that the flip-flopping of the Prime Minister has meant that she has to find another £2.5 billion in taxation on people in this country. But does the Secretary of State think that it is fair that a two-tier system has been created? Because why would anybody on the old rate seek work when they know that if they go into work and it doesn't work out and they claim again, they'd get a reduced rate under her government?
Because PIP is not an in-work benefit.
Chian Wara.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The North East has the highest rate of disability in the country, 31%, and over a quarter of those of working age are living in poverty. So the Secretary of State is absolutely right to say that welfare reform is hard, it is essential, and it must reflect Labour values and disabled voices. So could she set out to us how the co-production of the new system with disability groups will ensure that it is a fairer system, and whether how North East disability groups will be able to be involved?
We will absolutely ensure that the views and voices of disabled people right across the country, including in the North East, are fully involved in our process of co-production. She is a powerful champion of this. I hope she too will get involved with our plans. The Minister for Social Security and Disability, Sir Stephen Timms, will be developing the process of co-production in close conduct with disabled people and their organisations, and I am sure that he will update the House shortly as these plans progress.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Madam Deputy Speaker, on page 3 of her statement, the Secretary of State asked herself the rhetorical question about a two-tier system. Can she simply confirm that somebody now eligible for personal independence payment gets it, somebody with a similar condition, whenever this bill has become law, suffers the same kind of condition, will not be eligible for the personal independence payment, and their support will be either from friends or family or no support at all? Is she really happy that we're deliberately creating a two-tier system for people with profound needs and disabilities who quite rightly expect the community as a whole to recognise and support them?
Absolutely.
I would simply say to the honourable gentleman, there are many differences in the benefit system already, where people are on different rates and different rules depending on the time that they came into the system. That has always been a part of the social security system, including under previous Labour governments. The TIMS review will look at the different descriptors and the points that are delivered to them, alongside much wider changes. I mean, the PIP came in more than 10 years ago. There have been huge changes in the nature of disability, in the world of work, and in society. We have got to make sure this vital benefit stays in future, and that is what the TIMS review seeks to achieve.
I thought it would be helpful to let members know that I'm planning to continue the statement until 1:15. It would therefore be helpful if questions could be short. Alex McIntyre.
Mr. Speaker, over recent months I've been consulting with constituents of mine in Gloucester who have lived experience of disability and the welfare system and their representatives, and I know they'll welcome your statement, the Secretary of State's statement today that protections for existing claimants will be protected. But one of the most heartbreaking stories I heard of those consultations was a young constituent of mine who'd applied for hundreds of jobs, attended dozens of interviews, and simply could not find a job. So will the Secretary of State meet with me to discuss what more we can do, not just to support disabled people in my constituency, but also to encourage employers to take on some of the talented, brilliant people living with disabilities that we have in my constituency of Gloucester? Thank you.
My honourable friend raises a really, really important point, which is the world of work and the need to make sure that employers recruit and retain more people with long-term sickness and a disability. That is precisely why, in addition to the huge advances in our Employment Rights Bill, we have asked Sir Charlie Mayfield, the former boss of John Lewis, to look at what more we can do to support employers to recruit and retain disabled people. We are also, I should say, overhauling our job centres so that they provide more personalised, tailored support. And indeed, we have set our job centres a new goal of reducing the disability employment gap. I believe that will make a huge difference too.
Cameron Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and welcome back. The recent compromise by the government with its own MPs secures PIP for existing claimants, but not for those who come hereafter. A distinction born not of compassion, nor apparently economics, but to secure the government's own political footing. If I'm wrong, will the Secretary of State describe the moral foundation for this distinction between those who suffer today and those who suffer in the future? Thank you.
I'm not going to take any lectures on compassion. I have fought my whole life to tackle poverty and drive up opportunity for people no matter where they're born, what their parents did, their gender, their sexuality, or the colour of their skin. And I would say to him, the social security system has many, many different rules for new and previous claimants. I do not believe that that is an unfair system. I believe it is the way that we protect people who've come to rely on that benefit. I am proud of the changes that we have announced today. I think they are positive and get us in a good place. Listening is a sign of strength, and I am absolutely determined to continue to listen.
Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank my right honourable friend for her statement and for the steps that she has taken to improve this bill. In launching the TIMS review, she has accepted that the current PIP assessment criteria and descriptors are not fit for purpose. So can my right honourable friend confirm that the difference in the timetable for implementing the change which will require applicants to achieve 4 points in a single category and the timetable for completing and implementing the TIMS review will result in some people falling between the old system and the new system, being required to achieve 4 points on criteria that are not fit for purpose? How long will this happen for? Who will be affected? And what will happen in the future to those people?
I would say to my honourable friend, who I know has worked extremely hard on all of those issues, it's actually an issue raised by a previous colleague. There will be two sets here: the people who are on the existing system, who will be protected, and the 4 points as we are going forward. But the TIMS review will indeed look at the descriptors and the different points that they get. Those changes will come in as soon as possible. The review will report by the autumn 2026, and we will indeed try and put those in place as quickly as possible. But we do not yet know what that review will say, how those changes will be enacted, but we are determined to make sure they come in place as soon as possible.
Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Isn't the problem for the government the failure of the Prime Minister to even seek a mandate for what he's trying to do? He said he'd limit spending increases to £9.5 billion a year, but increase spending by 8 times as much, and the effect on the fiscal rules is the root cause of this problem. He also won the Labour leadership by promising to, quote, abolish universal credit and end the Tories' cruel benefits sanctions regime. But then he masqueraded as a welfare reformer. Does she realise now that to win a mandate, you need to be straight with people, including their own MPs?
I am very proud of our Prime Minister, who changed our party so we can change our country. And the mandate can be seen by the number of MPs on the benches behind me.
Annalise Dodds.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Increasing access to employment opportunities for disabled people and improving the retention of disabled workers were urgent before. They're even more urgent now. My right honourable friend didn't mention the Mayfield Review in her statement. She has just mentioned it in response to questions. Can I please push her on the review? First, can she expedite that review? Secondly, can it include disabled people more meaningfully than it has until now? And thirdly, will it indicate how the government will implement our manifesto commitment to increase access to reasonable adjustments? Thank you.
The Mayfield Review will be reporting before the budget. I know that Sir Charlie Mayfield indeed wants to work very closely with disabled people and the organisations that represent them. He's actually seen very inspiring examples of what good employers are doing and good things that other countries are doing, which I think will provide some really insightful lessons. And I would also say to the House that my honourable friend, the Minister for Social Security and Disability, has already said that we are looking at whether we should actually put in place a time frame within which employers need to respond to requests for reasonable adjustments, because we want to make sure those adjustments are made as quickly as possible so more disabled people can get work and stay in work.
Helen Maguire.
Madam Deputy Speaker, why are the proposed PIP cuts still being applied to new claimants, many of whom have equally urgent and severe needs as existing claimants?
The reason we are protecting existing claimants and beginning to focus PIP on those with higher needs in future is because we want a system that actually is sustainable and lasts. And I do not believe it is sustainable to have a doubling of the number of PIP claims every decade, adding 1,000 people a day, rising at a faster rate than the increase in prevalence of disabled people in this country. And the truth is, we know the parts of the country that have the highest disability benefit claims and incapacity benefit claims are the places that were decimated by the Tories in the 80s and 90s when whole industries closed, who have yet to have the investment that they need to create those jobs and haven't had the investment into the NHS. I have always believed in the social model of disability. We have got to put these things right. We need to do that urgently because disabled people deserve a better life than they had under members opposite.
Darren Paffy.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my right honourable friend for her work on this and for coming to make the statement today, though I do share honourable members' concerns that actually changes before a review remain putting the cart before the horse. I must just press her, while I welcome the changes that bring immediate security and protection for existing claimants, can she please confirm that if an existing claimant or someone on a legacy benefit is reassessed, will they be treated under the new measures or the existing ones? And for carers, future applicants will have that eligibility increased. So can she confirm if carers are going to be included in the co-production review carried out by Minister Timms?
Yes, absolutely. Indeed, myself and my right honourable friend, the Minister for Social Security and Disability, met with carers organisations the day after we published the Green Paper and many other disability organisations. I want to be crystal clear on this. People who are currently on PIP and are on PIP by the time these changes come in November 2026 will remain on that benefit under those old rules.
Jim Allister.
Thank you. In the first lines of her statement, the Secretary of State affirms that this government believes in equality. Where is the equality in evaluating one person's eligibility for the daily living component of PIP on the practical consequences of their disability and evaluating another according to the date of their application?
I mean, this is a really common issue within the benefits system, and if we could never change it, we wouldn't make the reforms to make it sustainable for the future. Existing claimants will remain on those rules even if and when they are reassessed. The changes will come in for new claimants from November 2026, but our review will look, as I've said many times before, at the different activities and descriptors and the points that they will get, because we need to make sure this vital benefit is sustainable for the future.
Ruth Jones.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for coming this afternoon, and I welcome her announcement that the TIMS review of the PIP process will be undertaken in partnership with people with disabilities, because this is critical, because we know that currently over 70% of appeals against PIP outcomes are overturned in favour of the claimant. We need to get the assessment process right first time and every time for all applicants. Does she agree?
Yes.
Josh Babarindi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I decided to go into politics because I believe that luck plays too great a role in shaping people's respective courses and qualities of life. But unfortunately, the system that has been announced today leaves the fate of many disabled people in our country down to luck. Were you applying before November 2026, or were you applying after November 2026? I hope that the Secretary of State will reverse her decision and drop this bill tomorrow. But in case she won't, will she commit to engaging with Kathy, a disabled person in my constituency, who runs a Facebook group of 44,000 people advising on PIP and disability-related matters, in order to ensure that her voice and their voice is at the centre of their plans going forward?
I mean, I will absolutely commit to making sure her views and voices are heard, and I'm sure as a strong champion for his constituency, he will ensure that. But I don't believe it's about luck. I believe that parts of this country and different types of people have been repeatedly neglected and denied opportunities and support. Exactly. There is nothing about luck here. It's about people and places that have been written off and denied opportunities for so long. Governments, if they're determined, can make a difference, and that is what we intend to do.
Tonia Antoniazzi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Regarding welfare reform, I've surveyed my constituents and submitted the findings to the consultation. I've met with disability groups across Swansea and disabled constituents to hear their concerns. But the problem that I've seen most prevalent in Gower has been the incompetence of Capita and the inconsistencies of DWP decision makers. And this is why, Madam Deputy Speaker, I really do genuinely welcome the TIMS review. So what reassurances can she give that the TIMS review will address this and give confidence in the decision-making process?
She should 100% send me these findings and concerns in detail. One of the reasons that we are not only bringing back face-to-face assessments but recording them as standard is because precisely we want to get to the bottom of this and make sure we put it right.
Jim Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Over this weekend, I was privileged to be able to have a number of in-depth conversations with people and families living with disabilities. I'd like to thank the DOT for the kindness community for bringing that event about. One of the things that the people I talked to said to me again and again is how poor the health service has been at helping disabled people manage their conditions over many years. Could the Secretary of State set out how the DWP and the Department for Health are going to work together to make sure disabled people are properly supported into work?
My honourable friend raises a really important point. There is far more that the health service can do to help people with long-term sickness and disability to better manage their conditions. They can't do it on their own. They need the right help and support. We actually have a joint work and health unit that is working on precisely those issues, and I'm indeed working closely with my honourable friend, the Health Secretary, because getting people back to health and back to work is so important. We know good work is critical for good health, and good health is critical for people getting work. They're two sides of the same coin. We've got to stop these false divides, get it sorted to help people be able to fulfil their ambitions and work.
Marsha de Cordova.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Secretary of State for her statement this afternoon. It is vital that we have a social security system that protects the most vulnerable, the ill and the disabled. So can she clarify one thing that's set out in the bill as to whether the standard element and the health element of universal credit will both be increased along the lines of inflation, so they both will rise with inflation, as if that is not going to be the case, then disabled people will be pushed further into poverty and hardship?
Thank you. I want to be really clear about this, that the combined rate of the standard allowance and the health top-up will indeed rise in line with inflation, so that existing claimants are protected in real terms, and for those with severe lifelong conditions and those at the end of their life, their incomes will be protected through the combined universal credit standard allowance top-up in real terms too.
Andy MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The bill still leaves over £3.5 billion in cuts falling upon disabled people and unpaid carers, with hundreds of thousands of new claimants set to lose thousands each year. Protections for existing claimants are welcome, but a two-tier system will generate hardship for many and create societal divisions. We're being asked to vote without vital evidence, whether that's the OBR's impact assessment or the Timms and Mayfield reviews, while serious questions remain unanswered. Without clarity on outcomes and implementation, will the Secretary of State continue to listen and withdraw this bill and co-design welfare reform with disabled people's groups?
May I say to the honourable gentleman, who I have great respect for, that none of this takes into account the biggest ever investment into employment support for sick and disabled people. People have often said, wait for the OBR's assessment, but we have published our own very clear evidence that good employment programmes can help disabled people into work. Programmes like Work Choice, a Labour programme ended by the Tories that saw 40% more disabled people in work for 8 years. That is based not just on economic theory, but on practical reality. That is the difference that this Labour government wants to make.
Nadia Whittam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Disabled people's organisations have been clear that even with these concessions, they oppose this bill. The government talks of co-production in the PIP review, but it's not co-production if the government's starting point is delivering cuts, and it's asking disabled people where they would prefer those cuts to be, rather than how can we create a system that truly supports disabled people. Does the Secretary of State not accept that after months of the government ignoring disabled people, the only way meaningful co-production can take place is by pulling this bill and going back to the drawing board?
I would gently say to my honourable friend that we will be protecting existing claimants. That is the very purpose of the announcements we've made today, that no existing PIP claimant or those on a universal credit and the health top-up will be put into poverty as a result of this bill. Far from it. We are changing the system so that many more sick and disabled people who want to work can actually get work. That is about building a better life in future. This Labour government believes that if you can work and that you want to work, you should have the chance and choice to do that. 200,000 sick and disabled people say they work now, right now, with the right help and support. We are not cutting the support for that, we're actually increasing it because we believe that is the key to a better life.
Kirsty Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for her statement and indeed the recent movement to protect existing claimants. Now, I appreciate that adult disability payment is a matter devolved to the Scottish Government. However, my constituents are really concerned about the potential for differing qualifying criteria across the nations, which may result in limiting access to passported benefits from November 2026. So what assurances can the Secretary of State give my constituents that they won't lose benefits that they currently have access to and the vital support in which their households rely? And can also ask, following on from the response to my honourable friend, the member for Dulwich and Norwood, I'm really unclear now. Is this House being asked to agree 4 points without knowing the outcome of the TIMS review with regard to descriptors, or could that review result in more fundamental reforms that would rip up the current PIP?
On the first point my honourable friend raises, she will know that PIP is devolved in Scotland. I believe the Scottish Government is actually reviewing the ADP at the minute, including on eligibility criteria. That will be a matter for them. But I want to be clear to the House that the new 4-point minimum requirement will come in November 2026 for new claims going forward. Existing claimants will be protected. Of course, the TIMS review will look at the different descriptors and the points that they should get in future, but that 4-point minimum in the daily living component for new claimants will remain.
Matthew Patrick.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The party opposite presided over multiple reforms of welfare and the results were a disaster. But perhaps cruelest of all was adults who had an irreversible health condition, who could never work, being forced to go through reassessment after reassessment, jumping through hoops. So can my right honourable friend please confirm that with these Labour reforms, that cruel legacy will be ended once and for all?
Yes, I can, because I believe the unnecessary and unacceptable stress that created was not right, and we will fix that with these reforms, with this bill going forward, because people need to live in dignity and security.
Mark Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Labour Party is defined by work, defined by the dignity of work. So is my community in Gateshead and Wickham. The belief that you should be able to work to provide for yourself, your family and your community. Too many people in my community have been let down by successive governments of all sides by not creating the jobs that we need. And with a failed system, not one person who's spoken today, not one has defended the existing indefensible system. So what will the Secretary of State do to ensure that communities like mine, where work and a lack of work is the problem, receive the support we need?
My honourable friend speaks powerfully about Labour's historic mission to help people who can work to do so, and the fact that his constituents have been denied that support for so long. We want to transform that. We believe that in an ageing society where more of us will be living with a disability and with 1, 2 or more long-term chronic conditions and caring for people, that we have to change the welfare state. We have to provide more support to help people work. The world of work needs to change too, and that is why we've not only commissioned the Mayfield review, but that we are putting in the biggest ever employment support for sick and disabled people, and why I've announced an additional £300 million for that support today.
Can I please encourage members to keep their questions short, or you will not all get in? Harpreet Uppal.
Thank you, Deputy Madam Speaker. Having met with disabled constituents over the last few months, there's no doubt the initial proposals caused anxiety, so I do welcome the changes for existing claimants and also the TIMS review, but can I urge the Secretary of State to look at the sequencing to make sure that review does happen before we assess new claimants. And just one final point, Deputy Madam Speaker, is the assessors themselves. There's no doubt the involvement of private companies has caused problems with the use of Capita and Maximus, and also having assessors who don't understand health conditions. Can we make sure we look at that properly?
Yes, we are absolutely committed to looking at that. In fact, we announced in our Green Paper that we are overhauling our entire safeguarding process, including the training of assessors. We want to get this right. We're also going to be not only bringing back face-to-face assessments, but also recording them as standard. Together, I believe this will make a real difference in the whole process to make sure we get the decisions, the right decisions, right first time.
Ian Byrne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. These so-called concessions go nowhere near far enough, and tomorrow I'll be voting against these cruel cuts. But I want to ask, could the Secretary of State name a single disabled person-led organisation that supports this legislation?
I understand why disability organisations are making the points that they do. That is their job. Our job is something different. Our job is to take the right decisions that we believe are fair, to make sure we have a system that works for people who need support, but that is also sustainable for the future. Yeah. That is not easy. I mean, that's a statement of the obvious. But I believe we have a fair package, a package that protects existing claimants because they've come to rely on that support, as is often the case in the social security system, that begins to tackle the perverse incentive that encourages people to define themselves as incapable of work just to be able to afford to live, and which puts in place the employment support to help the hundreds of thousands of disabled people and people with long-term conditions who want to work. That is the right way forward, and I hope that he and his constituents will get involved in the TIMS review to make sure future changes make sure this vital benefit is fit for the future.
Rachel Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I spoke to Mike, one of my constituents, last week, who's a disabled person who speaks on behalf of many disabled constituents across Warwickshire. And he is really pleased that he's going to have the right to try work. He's also really pleased that disabled people will be treated with dignity and will be part of a co-production of these new proposals. But he is still fearful that these changes may mean losses for disabled people like him and difficult situations. Can she reassure Mike that her minister will come to meet with him to discuss these changes, and also how in particular we look at fluctuating conditions like ME and like MS, which my partner suffers from, so that we don't lose out in those things, and we make these changes something that can be positive for every disabled person up and down the country?
We absolutely want to work with MPs, disabled people, their organisations and other experts as part of co-producing the TIMS review. And I think this point about fluctuating health conditions is really important and something that we have to crack for the future, because so many people have those conditions. They may be able to work one day, not another, 3 days at home, but not 5 days. That we've got to make this fit for the future, because the reality is we're living longer, more of us have disabilities, more of us have 2, 3 or more long-term conditions. The welfare state in its broadest sense, I mean the NHS as well as the benefit system and the world of work, have got to wake up to this, because as we live for longer, we will have to work for longer, but we've got to make that practical and decent.
Clive Efford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a relatively small bill, but one core part of it has now been delegated to the PIP review and will not report until November 2026. So, can my right honourable friend say just how many disabled groups have indicated they want to participate in the PIP review? Because she set out a number of red lines today, which I doubt that they would agree with. And if they were to propose that we do not have a two-tier system, what would be the government's response?
What I would say to my honourable friend is that the Minister for Social Security and Disability and myself have met with many disabled organisations, and he has in fact spoken to many already about this review. We will continue to discuss with them precisely how the system of co-production will work, but I want to assure him that it is serious, that we want to make sure people's views and voices are heard, and I would encourage him as a Member of Parliament to get involved in that process too.
Josh Fenton-Glynn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As a signatory to the reasoned amendment, I welcome the listening that's gone on, because a lot of people with disabilities will sleep more soundly in their bed knowing that their benefits are protected. However, can you ask on this specific point, it is for someone who currently receives PIP, but their condition is getting worse, will they, and they ask for a reassessment for the level of their PIP, will they be assessed under the old system or under the current system or under the new one?
They are an existing claimant and they will be assessed, let me be really clear about this, under the existing rules.
Lauren Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Secretary of State for her statement today. PIP, of course, is a passport to freedom for many other things, such as carers allowance, but many local authorities use PIP for blue badges and bus truck passes. Has the Secretary of State have a plan to mitigate the impact of these potential changes to the eligibility for PIP on blue badges and bus passes for disabled people?
As I said in my statement, existing PIP claimants will continue to have that benefit. It won't be affected even if they have a reassessment, and so too will all those passported benefits. Carers allowance is the best known, but all of those passported benefits will be included in that protection.
Graham Downey.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Earlier this morning I met with Parkinson's UK, who are very concerned with the changes to both PIP and universal credit, and it will not take account of those with variable conditions. Can she commit that Parkinson's UK will be involved in the co-design of the changes to PIP, universal credit and other welfare benefits, and that any welfare change will fully consider those with Parkinson's and other variable conditions?
I mean, I am absolutely sure Parkinson's UK will be involved closely in the PIP review.
Alice MacDonald.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. 2 weeks ago I held an in-person consultation on the welfare reforms, and many of my constituents were deeply concerned about the proposal, so I do welcome the changes that the Secretary of State has announced in terms of existing claimants. I wanted to just ask about the employment support, and I welcome the additional support being brought forward. When will we get more detail of how that will be allocated to schemes across the country, and will the people most affected who need it also be involved in the co-production of those schemes so they work effectively?
Yes, we already do have what we're calling a collaboration committee on the Pathways to Work funding to make sure it really meets the needs of sick and disabled people. And I would say, as I've said in this House before, you know, it really is about a pathway to work. For some people, just getting out of the house, well, getting out of bed is a huge achievement. Others, going along to a group, beginning to speak to other people, getting their confidence back. So it really is a pathway to success. We will obviously be setting out precise allocations of the Pathways to Work funding in due course, but I want to reassure members this will be really available in every single part of the country.
Tom Hayes.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I grew up caring for 2 disabled parents. As a kid, I saw firsthand the harms that happen when the British state routinely lets down disabled people. It's why disabled civil rights activists have a phrase, "nothing about us without us," and it's why I'm looking for genuine and meaningful co-production. On Friday, I brought together 7 Bournemouth support organisations and people with lived experience, and they wanted me to raise 2 issues. The first is continuing concern about eligibility criteria. The second is, will the mental health support that this government is rolling out be there in place in sufficient quantity to support potentially new claimants by November 2026?
My honourable friend raises a really important point about mental health support. This government is absolutely determined that there is parity of esteem between physical and mental health. We have already recruited 6,700 of the 8,500 additional mental health workers we promised in our manifesto. We're putting in place new emergency mental health services. We're bringing new Young Futures hubs, which will include mental health support. But I know that my honourable friend, the Health Secretary, is determined to make sure that support is available in every part of the country. And I'm sure we'll be hearing more in the coming weeks and months.
Chris MacDonald.
Thank
Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State for acknowledging at the dispatch box the anxiety of disabled people. I'm also grateful for the time of the Disability Minister in listening to my concerns about the PIP assessment process, concerns that I now see reflected in the TIMS review. But I'm sure the Secretary of State will be disappointed to hear that on a consultation event in the North East recently, some of my constituents found that the venue was not fully disability compliant. Can she assure me that the participation in the TIMS review will ensure full accessibility?
That's unacceptable, and I will sort it.
Neil Duncan-Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the Secretary of State for her statement. I wonder if she will reflect on whether the bill we have before us tomorrow is the best way of making welfare policy. And wouldn't it be better to withdraw the bill and wait for the TIMS review to complete its important work?
Welfare touches on the lives of millions of people in this country every single day, and making changes is never easy, and perhaps particularly for a Labour government, because tackling poverty and inequality is in our DNA. But I believe we must begin to make these changes, to make sure those who can work get the support they need, to protect those who cannot, and to begin to slow the rate of increase in the number of extra people going on to sickness and disability benefits. Because I believe the route to equality and social justice can never come from extra benefit spending alone. It has to come from putting in place the good jobs, the decent health service, the skills, the transport infrastructure, the good world of work that we know is the key to bringing in a better life.
Imran Hussain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's clear that the central issues for many on this side of the House remain. Rushing through legislation without full and meaningful consultation with disability groups is the wrong way round. You don't build policy first and ask questions later. The government's arbitrary deadline is not a necessity, it's a political choice, and it's forcing through decisions that risk pushing hundreds of thousands of more disabled people into poverty. Therefore, I say to the Minister with absolute sincerity on behalf of many members, do the fair thing, more importantly, do the right thing, withdraw this bill and listen to disabled people.
I believe we are doing the fair thing and the right thing. We are beginning to make reforms to put our welfare bill on a sustainable footing so it lasts for generations to come. We are beginning to put in place the employment support that sick and disabled people have been denied for too long. And we are making sure those with severe, lifelong conditions are never again reassessed, that there is a new right to try. Together, I believe this is a fair and balanced package, and above all, I believe it is the right one.
Tom Rutland.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I welcome my right honourable friend's statement and the government's work to ensure that help is there for those who need it now and in the future. Many in this House will be worried that the progress on closing the disability employment gap stalled under the party opposite at 28 percentage points. So will the Minister confirm that this is one of the metrics the government is focused on through this strategy, and that this gap must and will close under this government?
We are absolutely determined to achieve that. I do not believe it is acceptable that in this country the disability employment gap is 28% and is one of the widest in all of Europe. In France, Germany and Switzerland, I think it's around 22 to 23%. We have got to tackle that, because if we believe in the equal rights of disabled people who can work to work as anybody else, we have got to start making a difference. The package we are putting forward today, I know that this is an issue of deep concern for many members across the House, but I believe it is a fair package and the right package. I will continue to listen to members in this House, but I would say we cannot wait to reform the welfare system. People need us to make changes, and our country demands it.
Jenny Riddle-Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If my voice allows, can I thank the Secretary of State for listening to the concerns about benches to make some real and meaningful improvements based on the concerns that we had raising privately. Can I also thank her for confirming explicitly a moment ago that my constituents who are reassessed post-November 2026 will be reassessed under the current system? Can I gently encourage her to go further to overhaul and radically rethink the role of job centres? Far too often they hold people back rather than break down the barriers to people progressing into work.
Yes, and I really thank my honourable friend, and indeed our Minister for Employment is indeed overhauling our job centres so that they provide personalised, tailored support for people to get into work, not this sort of endless tick box process, that they are much more linked to the wider system in local areas, to the local NHS, to skills providers, and above all, to employers. I do not think it's acceptable that only one in 6 employers has ever used a job centre to recruit. That's why we're overhauling our strategy with single account managers for employers to fully involve and engage them, because we need their involvement if we're going to help more people get work and get on in work.
Final question, Sarah Coombs.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My borough of Sandwell has one of the highest rates of young people not in education, employment or training in the entire country. This generation of young people has been let down by years and years of system failure by the party opposite. So as we go through this necessary piece of reform, but we must do it carefully, will the Secretary of State commit to working with the Department for Education and the Department for Business? Because in order to give these young people the jobs which will transform their life chances, they need the right qualifications as well as those jobs being available in order to do that.
I absolutely agree with my honourable friend. Let's be honest, today's economy is brutal for people without skills. We're already setting out our plans to reform the system of apprenticeships. We want to see new foundation apprenticeships. We're bringing in new SWAP, sector-based work academies, 6-week programmes that give people guaranteed work experience and a guaranteed interview, which I think will make a real difference to young people. There's much more to do, that we need to do, but our commitment to a youth guarantee, so every young person is earning or learning, I think is the key to a better future for young people and for our country as a whole.
Can I thank the Secretary of State for her statement this afternoon, and I'll allow a few moments for the front benches to swap over. Statement, the Glastonbury Festival and BBC coverage. Secretary of State Lisa Nandy.
With permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to make a statement about the events at Glastonbury this weekend. Members of Parliament will have seen, as I have, the appalling and unacceptable scenes at Glastonbury on Saturday, where chants of death to the IDF and river to the sea, amongst others, were broadcast to the nation. I've been in touch with my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, as to whether there has been any criminal offence committed. The House will know that decisions relating to specific cases are an operational matter for the police. Avon and Somerset Police have confirmed that video evidence is being assessed by officers to determine whether any offences may have been committed. They have just announced in the last few minutes that this has now taken the form of a criminal investigation. So, as I hope members will appreciate, it therefore would not be appropriate for the government to comment on an ongoing investigation at this stage. But let me be clear that this government will not tolerate anti-Semitism. It has no place in our society. It is a poison and a cancer that must be rooted out, and we will be relentless in our work to do so. This government works closely with the police and with community partners to ensure the safety and security of Jewish communities, and we will continue to do so following the enormous impact that these events have had on them over the weekend. Let me turn now to the role of the BBC. On Saturday afternoon, just after the broadcast, I called the Director General to ask for an explanation and what immediate steps the BBC leadership intended to take. As the Prime Minister said yesterday, it is essential that the BBC explains how these scenes came to be broadcast. The BBC has rightly apologised and took the immediate decision not to put this content on iPlayer. I welcome that. However, key outstanding questions remain, including why this performance was broadcast live given the concerns regarding other acts in the weeks preceding the festival, why the feed wasn't immediately cut when the chance of death to the IDF began, and what due diligence was done prior to the decision to broadcast this particular act to the nation. I expect answers to these questions without delay. I have made that view clear to the BBC leadership, and I will, of course, update the House as soon as I can. Over the weekend and this morning, I have also had conversations with members of the Jewish community, including those who were present at Glastonbury. They have raised a number of concerns about imagery and slogans that were on display at the festival this weekend. And I am told that this led them to establish their own safe space at the festival. As a government, we take this incredibly seriously. We are urgently looking into the specifics of these alarming reports and reaching out to the festival organisers. Finally, I want to be clear about the government's role. As a government, we strongly support freedom of expression, and as Culture Secretary, I will robustly defend the independence of our broadcasters and the right to artistic expression. But we do not accept that incitement to violence, hate speech or anti-Semitism is art. There is a clear difference between speaking out for Palestine, which is the right of everybody in this House and everybody in our country, and anti-Semitism, which is not and which will never be. When the rights and safety of people and communities are at risk, and when our national broadcaster fails to uphold its own standards, we will intervene. In the coming days, I will be having further conversations with the BBC and festival organisers to ensure that lessons are learnt and action is taken. And I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Secretary of State, Stuart Andrew.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the Secretary of State for her statement and for advance sight of it, and for her tone. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have always been a strong advocate for the BBC. It is a cornerstone of British public life with a proud history of cultural contribution. The events of this weekend, however, have made this incredibly difficult. During the coverage of the festival, the artist, as we've heard, real name Pascal Robinson Foster, led the crowd in a chant of death to the IDF, a moment which extraordinarily was transmitted by the BBC. Let me be clear, a national broadcaster funded by the licence payers must adhere to the highest standards of impartiality, responsibility and commitment to social cohesion. And I hope we can all agree that in this instance it has failed profoundly. Free speech and political activism are the sign of a healthy democracy, essential to it. But when you cross the line to incitement to violence, then there must be a consequence. However, broadcasting is not a passive act. Every second of broadcast transmitted is an active choice. Airing Robinson Foster's hateful rhetoric wasn't just a lapse in editorial judgment. It was a disgraceful affront to the Jewish community and a violation of the BBC's own public charter, and to entertain without undermining the fundamental values of our society. As the Secretary of State said, let us be clear that hateful rhetoric should never be cloaked as artistic expression. But it also raises fundamental questions about the BBC's institutional culture. This is a broadcaster that has time and again given airtime to representatives and supporters of Hamas, while refusing to clearly identify the group as what it is, a terrorist organisation. It has repeatedly failed to call out anti-Semitic rhetoric when it emerges under the guise of political commentary, and has faced serious allegations of minimising attacks on Jewish communities. The BBC's decision to also broadcast material from NECAP, a group whose members have openly called for members of Parliament to be killed, is as indefensible as it is shocking. We have already seen the devastating consequences of political violence in this country, with the loss and the tragic murder of Joe Cox and Sir David Amis. For the BBC to amplify voices advocating similar violence is grossly irresponsible. Even more troubling is that a leading member of the group is currently facing a terrorism charge. That fact alone should have prompted an immediate editorial intervention. Instead, the BBC gave this group a platform on a publicly funded service. I welcome the fact that the Secretary of State has spoken to the Director General, and I'm grateful to her for coming to the House to report on that exchange. However, I would like to press her further to ensure the gravity of this matter is fully recognised. Is she satisfied with the BBC's explanation that they originally decided that streaming the performance was in line with their editorial guidelines, and have now decided they will look at their guidance around live events so they can be sure teams are clear on when it is acceptable to keep output on air? Does she think the BBC's editorial guidelines were not clear enough, or does she think that the BBC misinterpreted them in the first place? And does she think that this sort of weak response will be of cold comfort to the Jewish community? I welcome the fact that she has spoken to the Home Secretary, and I wonder if she could also assess whether the BBC's actions constituted a breach of Section 22 of the Public Order Act. And does she believe the BBC's current editorial oversight mechanisms are adequate, specifically across the commercial broadcasting arms like BBC Studios? And does she think it is still right that the BBC gets to mark its own homework in the first instance before Ofcom get involved, and that an independent inquiry is what is needed? And in light of the repeated failings, will the government commit to a full review of the BBC's impartiality and governance standards as part of the Royal Charter renewal? And can she provide an update to the House on why the Charter renewal framework and Green Paper have not yet been published? Finally, can I thank her for her work so far? She will have the support of this side of the House, and I welcome her commitment to come back to the House to update us.
Thank you. I'm grateful to him, and I think all of those involved in the events of this weekend will hear the very strong feelings across all sides of this House, so I'm grateful to him for that. And I share his view about the importance of the BBC. I would say that those of us who do believe in the importance of our national broadcaster are probably more angry than anybody about what has happened over the last few days. It's precisely because we understand the importance of the BBC that we know that the BBC has to do better. He's asked whether I'm satisfied with the explanation that I've had so far. I'm not. I've been very clear with the BBC leadership about that, and clear that I expect to get a full explanation immediately without delay. He asked about the possibility of an independent inquiry. I would say to all members of this House that I'm not sure that you need an inquiry to establish that it should have been foreseeable that there would be problems with broadcasts this weekend, that the decision to broadcast live without any delay should have been reviewed, and that a live feed should have been pulled immediately when the chance death to the IDF began. So what I want to see from the BBC, and I know he shares this, is rapid action to make sure this cannot happen again. I've promised to update the House on these developments, but I should say too that I am still expecting a response from the BBC about an earlier decision to broadcast a documentary about Gaza, which it was then discovered fell short of the BBC's own editorial standards as well. So I expect a response quickly and swiftly, and I expect action as well. And finally, can I just thank him for mentioning the Jewish community, because having spoken to friends and colleagues across the Jewish community over the weekend, I cannot describe how much this has impacted on them, particularly those members of the Jewish community who were at Glastonbury. I was extremely distressed to hear that there were organisations whose logo was emblazoned very visibly on T-shirts and banners who are about to be prescribed by the government. I was concerned to hear reports that there were images associated with Hamas and others, and Nazi imagery as well. Most people who go to Glastonbury, I think, go for exactly the reasons that I've been in the past, and I suspect he has as well, because music festivals are an incredible way to bring people together, to show support and solidarity, to bind a nation and to showcase great British talent. And it is our job collectively to ensure that those festivals become again and remain a place where everybody in our country is welcome.
Gareth Snell.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. As well as the despicable chants, the monologue that preceded them, by the artist in question clearly drew on the influence of Jewish power in music, an age-old anti-Semitic trait. So could the Secretary of State say a bit more about what conversations she's going to have with the BBC on not just what they broadcast, but what was allowed to happen at Glastonbury? And will she also agree that those age-old anti-Semitic tropes, whether they're in Parliament, on stage, or in public life, should be a red line for all of us?
Yes, and he has a very long history of standing up to anti-Semitism, including when it stained and sullied our own party, and I'm grateful to him for his leadership on this. I think those questions about what happens at Glastonbury are not for the BBC. There are serious questions for the BBC about what they broadcast and the decisions that they took. But I think there are wider questions about the sort of things that we want to see in our country. And I've been very clear as the Secretary of State that it is not for the government to try to determine what can be seen and what can be heard. But I do have a view about this as an individual. I don't want to see that sort of thing. I don't want to hear it, and I take great exception to it. And I think the Prime Minister was very clear on that point as well. It causes harm to people in the real world, and I have felt that very strongly this weekend. That's why this government is determined that wherever we see that form of anti-Semitism, including the appalling comments that he referenced that were targeted towards an individual in the music industry simply because they were Jewish, we will always stand up to that and we will not hesitate to take action.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Max Wilkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and we welcome the statement made by the Secretary of State. Sadly, Madam Deputy Speaker, rather than devoting our attention today to how this House can push for a just and sustainable resolution to the horrors of the conflict in the Middle East, we are talking about something else. On this occasion, and there have been past occasions too, this is deeply inappropriate language used by a shock-jock, attention-seeking musician and a public service broadcaster's apparent failure to fulfil its responsibility to uphold its own editorial standards. Bob Vylan's chants at Glastonbury this weekend were absolutely appalling. We can never accept hate-filled chants of death to anyone in our society at a music festival or anywhere else, and whatever the subject. It's right that there has been widespread condemnation, including from the organisers of Glastonbury Festival, and I associate myself and my party with those words. Of course, the UK must push much harder for a ceasefire. Of course, we must put pressure on Netanyahu's government to roll back their military campaign and build a sustainable two-state solution. And of course, Liberal Democrats believe that cultural events must be a place for debate. But there can simply be no place for hate speech, anti-Semitism and incitements to violence at Glastonbury or anywhere else. It seems that an editorial failing took place in the BBC's coverage. The decision to proceed with broadcasting this act is particularly hard to understand, given the BBC's correct decision to take a more cautious but ultimately fruitless approach to the broadcasting of kneecap. A cursory look through the social media of Bob Vylan raises the question, how exactly was this not foreseen? And of course we know that kneecap is a group that in the past has called for death of the members of this House. The failure to effectively use delayed coverage and to remove the coverage in a timely manner is baffling. So can the Minister tell us whether, when asking the BBC about this issue, the subject of charter renewal was raised? And can she give us concrete reassurance that change will happen and we never have to put up with this kind of dreadful anti-Semitism appearing on our screens again?
Thank you, and can I thank him for his comments and for the tone in which he gave them. I think it's the responsibility of all of us, always, to stand up to anti-Semitism. I think it is sadly a battle that is never won. The lesson of history is that it falls to every generation to fight it and to fight it again. And certainly from our side of the House, I can promise that this government will always do that. But in relation to the specific question about the BBC and the subject of charter renewal, with apologies to my honourable friend for not addressing that earlier as part of his question, I haven't discussed charter renewal in the context of kneecap and the other acts that were broadcast from Glastonbury this weekend. We have, of course, discussed charter renewal, and and it is absolutely right to say that editorial standards must be part of that discussion. When we release the terms of reference, which we're due to do shortly, that you will see that everyone in this House will see a very clear commitment to that as part of the the ongoing conversation that we will have about charter renewal. And can I finally say to him that I really welcome what he said about the, death to anyone. And chance of death to anyone is not welcome in our society. But there was something particularly pernicious about chanting death to the IDF. Many colleagues will know that in Israel there is a conscription model. Every young person is required to serve in the IDF, which means that chanting death to the IDF is equivalent to calling for the death of every single Israeli Jew. That is why one of the many reasons why we take this so seriously and why it cannot be argued that this did not cross a very dangerous line.
Deputy Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for her statement, and I share her concern that whilst freedom of expression must be protected, this incident raises serious concerns about the editorial standards and judgments exercised. And as a long-standing supporter of the BBC, I'm so deeply disappointed in it. So can I ask the Secretary of State what conversations she's having with the editorial team to ensure that a serious incident like this can never happen again?
Can I thank her for that, as well as speaking to the Director General of the BBC. On Saturday, a number of my officials have been in touch with the BBC's senior leadership team. We have put to them a series of specific questions which we expect immediate answers on, and we will continue to press very hard to make sure that they are forthcoming. I will, of course, update the House at the earliest opportunity, and I expect to be speaking to the Chairman of the BBC in coming days.
Chair of the Select Committee, Dame Caroline Dinage.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I refer you to my register of members' interests. Can I first of all thank the Secretary of State for that very strong statement, a very welcome statement on her behalf. The BBC editorial guidelines are actually on live streaming are actually quite clear. They say the level of monitoring should be appropriate for the likely content. A producer should normally be in a position to cut the feed from a live stream should it be necessary. So I wonder if the Secretary of State could say what explanation the BBC has given for why this live stream wasn't cut. Now, it can't be for lack of staff on the ground. They took a reported 400 people to Glastonbury at the weekend. What were they all doing?
Absolutely.
But for such a vast operation with simultaneous live shows all going out across various different parts of the site, I wonder if she's had the opportunity to ask the BBC, who has the final say on what bands are deemed suitable for live broadcast and why on earth they chose this one? And who makes the final decision when it becomes necessary to cut a live stream?
She asks typically a series of very important and relevant questions, some of which I have put to the BBC directly, but I will make sure that I ask all of those questions of them with a response expected as soon as possible. I think she's right to raise the question of what the number of staff who were present at the Glastonbury Festival or working on the broadcast were doing. But I do think this also raises very, very serious questions at the highest levels of the BBC about the operational oversight and the way in which editorial standards are understood and reflected in the decisions that are made by individual staff. This is a conversation that I've already had with the BBC board in relation to a previous documentary into Gaza, but it is a conversation that I will expect to be having with the board in the coming weeks as well.
And I refer to my register of interests as the chair of the BBC APPG and a former employee of Prospect and Bector unions, which represent BBC staff. I welcome my right honourable friend's statement and indeed the BBC's own statement today, which makes clear that the performers' anti-Semitic sentiments were utterly unacceptable and have no place on our airwaves, and that the BBC will examine its guidance on live events to ensure teams are clear on when it is acceptable to keep output on air. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that it is possible to express concern about the appalling suffering in Gaza without using language that risks fueling hatred and division or inciting violence?
I think he makes an incredibly important point. As somebody who's been associated with the Palestinian cause for nearly 2 decades now and has consistently spoken out about the treatment by the Israeli government, not just of people in Gaza, but in the West Bank as well, it is entirely possible to stand up for the Palestinians and never ever stray into anti-Semitism. And there are many members of this House who've managed to do precisely that over many, many years. Nobody is objecting to the comments that were made that said free Palestine. What everybody is objecting to is the comments that were made that were clearly anti-Semitic, incited hatred, and caused real-world harm to people living in our country in the Jewish community. So I couldn't agree more with him and support him on that. And for those who say this is a freedom of speech issue, this is nothing of the kind. This is about standing up against hatred, discrimination, racism in all its forms, but particularly anti-Semitism, where we have seen an enormous rise in our country in recent years, and where every single one of us needs to be vigilant to make sure that it is never allowed to spread.
Jim Allister.
Deputy Speaker, what we saw was an appalling pro-terrorist broadcast on our national broadcaster. Because when you chant, kill the IDF, you're endorsing those who kill them. And those who kill them are Hamas. So it was an endorsement of the terrorism of Hamas. And yet the BBC deliberately chose not to cut the broadcast. Perhaps therefore it's time for government to consider cutting the licence fee.
Well, this government's view of Hamas is clear. They are a terrorist organisation. They are banned in the UK, and there is a good reason for that, and we will continue to be outspoken about that and to be robust in relation to them. That is one of the reasons why I was very concerned to hear that there may have been imagery, symbols and graffiti in support of Hamas at the festival this weekend, and one of the reasons why we will not hesitate to make sure that we deal with that and get to the bottom of that in order to stand with our Jewish communities and with everybody in this country who stands against Hamas and is at risk from them. In terms of the BBC licence fee, he will know that this government supports the BBC. We believe it is an important institution. That is why we are so disappointed that this has happened, why we have been so exasperated with the lack of account from the leadership, not just about this, but about a previous Gaza documentary and a number of other issues as well. The BBC is one of the most important institutions in our country, and that is the reason why it is held to the highest of standards, why it's essential that we hold it to the highest of standards as we seek to start the charter renewal process, which should safeguard the future of the BBC, not just for the next 10 years, but to put it on a solid footing for decades to come. These are questions that we are determined as a government, collectively with the BBC and all members of this House, to grip.
Dr. Peter Prinsley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for her excellent statement. The murder of hundreds of Jews at the Nova Music Festival in October 2023 sparked this war. The irony of broadcast anti-Semitism at Glastonbury here in the UK is not lost on any of us. So how are Jews, such as myself, in this country to be reassured about the editorial processes at the BBC, and who on earth will be held accountable for this error?
He makes an extremely important point about accountability, and that is something that is not lost on me as the Secretary of State, and something that I've impressed upon the BBC leadership as well. When you have one editorial failure, it's something that must be gripped. When you have several, it becomes a problem of leadership, and so I very much take his point about that. On the point that he raises, though, about the parallels between, not the parallels, sorry, but the strength of feeling that people have about this, given that it was happening, this was a music festival, and it was at a music festival on the 7th of October where so many young people lost their lives, others kidnapped to never return to their families, and some still being held hostage. At that moment, this would have been the perfect place to express support, love and solidarity with those who are still suffering. And I know that there were those at the festival who were doing precisely that, but they were hindered in that by some of the appalling scenes that we've seen. And that's why we are determined to grip this and to make sure that music festivals are a safe and inclusive space for everybody. As a government, we're also reaching out to other music festivals and to Glastonbury to see what more we can do to express solidarity with those who are still suffering as a consequence of the appalling events that happened on the 7th of October, and to see what we as a government can do to support those efforts.
On Glenn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank Secretary of State for what she said? I agree with virtually everything she has said. When I heard these reports, I thought of the Mayor of Wilton, Councillor Alexandra Boyd, who is Jewish. And I thought about what it would have felt like for her to have watched this with her family. Can I say to the Secretary of State, I think we all in this place understand the fine editorial judgments that the BBC and their staff have to make. But this is of a completely different order. And when people are losing faith in the great institutions of this country, could I urge the Secretary of State in her follow-up conversations that she actually, the BBC actually identify accountability to individuals? My honourable friend has set out very clearly the guidance that exists. Somebody didn't follow that guidance, and I think the country expects people to be held individually to account for why they failed to do their job properly.
I think people do expect people to be held to account for the way that they do their jobs, be that on the front line or at senior levels. It's a point that I've made to the BBC. They will have heard what he said and what my honourable friend said as well about accountability, and it's a point that I will continue to press.
Dr. Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State has spoken about the responsibility at the BBC and of those who said these dreadful words. But could I ask her, what responsibility do those people who are organising the festival have, both legally and morally, to be held responsible and accountable, and to ensure it doesn't happen again? Yes.
Can I thank her for that? And I deliberately included some words about the festival itself in my statement, because I agree with her that we all have a responsibility to uphold the highest standards and to ensure that people are safe and welcome and included at our shared national events. The reports that I've had over the weekend and this morning are incredibly alarming. They suggest that that was not the case this weekend, and so we are reaching out to festival organisers and investigating those reports to make sure that that can't happen again.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So another week, another month, and once again the BBC has got it horribly wrong with their Glastonbury broadcast with regard to Hamas and with regard to anti-Semitism. And once again, another grovelling apology. How long, Secretary of State, must this go on before, regrettably, many in the Jewish community and millions of the British people conclude that the BBC is institutionally anti-Semitic?
Well, I was going to thank him for that suggestion, but I think his views about the BBC are very clear. Those of us who support the BBC, who believe it's an incredibly important institution, however, will know that it should and does, in some instances, play an important role for all communities to be heard and feel valued as part of our public life. That is the standard that we expect the BBC to be held to. That is the standard that this government will hold them to, and we will not hesitate to take the action that we need to make sure that it does rise to meet those standards.
Yeah.
Andrew Murison.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Congratulate the Secretary of State on her statement. Normalising, condoning, tolerating, the kind of things that we saw at Glastonbury over the weekend, history tells us never ends well. It ends extremely badly indeed. As a neighbouring MP, I have written twice to Worthy Farm with my concerns about kneecap following reports of one of its members advocating the killing of MPs. No reply, none expected. Instead, it schedules Bob Villan, who we heard also advocates killing people, this time Jews. Does the Minister agree that it is no good Glastonbury's very wealthy organisers banging on about their festival being a safe space for everyone, whilst it continues to facilitate operations like this?
Well, I share his concerns about how this was able to happen, and I am sorry to hear that he has had no response at all to very serious concerns raised in a capacity as a democratically elected Member of Parliament for people in the area who deserve answers. That's something I'm certainly happy to follow up on his behalf and with him after this statement. I share his view that festivals, music festivals in particular, must be safe and inclusive and welcoming spaces. And I fear that we fell way short on this occasion. I visited Glastonbury myself before. I know that it provides an incredible showcase for a lot of British artists, not just those at the top of their game, but up-and-coming British artists as well. But as the organisers rightly acknowledged, a line was crossed this weekend, and that must not be allowed to happen again.
Gregory Campbell.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank the Secretary of State for her statement and the sentiments contained therein. But would you agree with me that in the run-up to the festival, it was very clear to many of us, given the track record of some of the participants, that this was going to happen or something like it was going to happen. The government were aware something was going to happen. The BBC were aware something was going to happen. And still it happened. Where does the sanction lie? And who is going to implement the sanction? And when are we going to know what it is?
Well, can I thank him for that? I mean, I agree very much with the sentiment that much of this was foreseeable. None of us could know precisely who was going to say what, but I think even a cursory glance at Google could tell you that this particular artist has a history of provoking very extreme statements and behaviour, particularly in relation to the events in the Middle East. I don't think it would have been too difficult to foresee that, and I think there are therefore serious questions to answer about the issues around live streaming, about due diligence and other factors as well. Those are questions I expect a response from the BBC on, and the action that they will take in order to ensure that this does not happen again. If those answers aren't forthcoming, I do have various levers in order to hold the BBC to account, and I want to be clear with him and with the House that I will not hesitate to use them if I need to do so.
Jack Rankin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Had those chants been calling for death to any other people, nationality, ethnicity, there is no question in my mind that that live feed will have been pulled straight away. I welcome the Minister's robust statement, but the problem is this is systematic, isn't it? There's been a decades-long and deep-rooted bias at the corporation against Israel, and the BBC has seemed unwilling or incapable to deal with it, hasn't it?
Can I thank him for that statement? And I really do feel the strength of feeling and the anger and the emotion that is contained behind what he says. I felt that from the Jewish community as well over the weekend, and actually from all of us, including myself, who feel very, very strongly that this should not be allowed to happen, and it certainly shouldn't be allowed to continually and repeatedly happen. As to whether there's a question of inbuilt bias at the BBC, I think what has happened here is a serious failing of editorial standards, leadership and oversight. It's that I need to make sure that we address, particularly because he said that if it had been any other group, it probably would have been pulled straight away. I'm not sure that we can say that with any confidence, actually, given that, as the chair of the Select Committee just made clear, there were hundreds of BBC staff involved in this production. The BBC was represented at Glastonbury at the most senior level, and yet the feed wasn't pulled and the standards weren't upheld. It's my job to make sure that regardless of which community it affects, that those standards are upheld, and I give him my word that I will use every lever at my disposal to make sure that that happens.
Ayub Khan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wish we lived in a world where there was no chanting of death. Any form of racism is vile, be that Islamophobic, anti-Semitism or any other kind. The Secretary of State will probably recall only last year in November, the Israeli football fans which was chanting death to all Arabs, and more sickening perhaps, there are no schools in Gaza because there are no children. That kind of speech and chanting must equally be condemned. And what's sad is that whilst we have a ministerial statement here today, we did not have any ministerial statement when that chanting happened. It's the hypocrisy which is causing an outrage in the British public. Does the Minister not agree that that is what's happening out there in the community?
No.
Could not disagree more. And I would just say to him that, of course, absolutely, and I think every member of this House will utterly condemn chants of death to all Arabs. It's disgusting and disgraceful. It's a principle by which we hold ourselves. And there is no hesitation from anybody in this House. The reason I've brought a statement to the House today is because our national broadcaster, which is funded by the licence fee, which is paid by the public in this country, has broadcast something that is deeply, deeply offensive to a community in this country that has made many, many people feel and may actually have made them unsafe. That is the most serious thing that you can imagine. It is rightly a question for government, and that's why I didn't hesitate to bring it to the House today. If this had been a broadcast that had led with the chant that he describes, broadcast by the BBC, you would be having the same statement at this dispatch box and you would be getting the same response from other members of the House. And can I just say to him that it does, as somebody who has stood up for the Palestinian cause for the last nearly best part of 2 decades in this House, especially when it was hard, and especially when it was unpopular, and especially when it cost me friends and colleagues, and has stood alongside many members of this House in order to highlight the plight of the Palestinian people. Can I just say to him that as a long-standing supporter of justice for the Palestinians, he does nothing for the Palestinian cause by aligning himself with anti-Semites.
John Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A blind man on a horse could see there was going to be difficulties broadcasting a band called Kneecap, named after a terrorist punishment. People who'd called for the death of people in this House, and we should take a moment here now to reflect on the fact that Aidy Neve and Ian Gow were both killed by Republican murderers. Yep. Is it not the case, however, that there is a pattern emerging here with the BBC, given the events of the weekend and given previous incidents, that will she at least test the idea that the BBC has a fundamental problem with Israel?
Secretary of State. Let me first of all recognise that the BBC has been criticised by all sides in this conflict for bias, which shows the very difficult editorial line that they have to walk. But let me also be clear that when it comes to what happened this weekend, as the BBC itself has rightly acknowledged, the coverage, the standards, the enforcement of those standards fell well short of what was expected. And let me acknowledge that that's not the first time in recent months that that's happened. Let me assure him that the government takes this incredibly seriously. We are having discussions with the BBC at the most senior levels in order to make sure that this is gripped. And as I said previously to other colleagues in the House, I do have levers at my disposal and I will not hesitate to use them should I need to.
Sammy Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think that anyone who witnessed the disgusting images of young, middle-class, educated morons chanting death to IDF soldiers at the weekend can only be alarmed that we've stooped to this level in our society. But even worse, the state broadcaster should then broadcast those images across the nation. And I welcome what the Minister has said today and the way in which she has said it. But if we look at what she has spoken about, she has called the director, she has asked for immediate explanations, and she's expecting answers. But given that the BBC has already ignored calls from this House to explain its bias, does she really expect that she's going to get any satisfactory answers from an institution which is anti-Semitic, I believe, at its very core? And does she have any confidence in any police investigation, given that the police have already decided not to prosecute the member of NECAP who called for the killing of Tory MPs?
Well, the police have just announced in the last few minutes before we came into the chamber for this statement that there is now an ongoing criminal investigation. I think it's important that we allow the police to do their work. I, of course, wouldn't hesitate to call the Director General of the BBC and ask for an explanation. I do expect that explanation to be forthcoming. I expect it to be satisfactory, by which I do not mean that I expect excuses about what has or has not been done in this instance. What I expect is a full and honest explanation of what has clearly gone wrong on this occasion, and a full explanation of what will be done, not through another review, not with months and months of delay, not by spending public money on trying to get to the bottom of what has gone wrong, but what will be done immediately to make sure that this cannot happen again.
Point of order, Ayub Khan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State, in answering my question, said towards the end that I did no favours to the Palestinian cause by aligning myself to anti-Semites. Now, at no stage have I said in my question or statement that I was aligning myself to anyone at that Glastonbury event. So will the Secretary of State clarify what she meant? And if she didn't mean that, then I apologise, but I'd like some clarity on that.
Can I thank the honourable gentleman for his point of order, which in fact was not a point of order, and I do not intend to allow the debate to continue via points of order. I'll allow a few moments for the front benches to swap over. Come now to a statement on the Prax Lindsay Oil Refinery. Minister Michael Shanks.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With permission, I'd like to make a statement about the Prax Lindsay Oil Refinery. Today, its owners have declared insolvency at the refinery. The Government is urgently acting in response to this deeply concerning news. And I know it will be extremely worrying news for workers at the refinery as well as the wider community in Lincolnshire. And let me say very clearly, the Government stands with the workers, the families and the wider community at this difficult time. They have been let down by the company, but we will ensure that they are supported. Let me first take the House through the chain of events leading up to today and then the actions that we will take in response. There have been long-standing issues at the refinery since it was acquired in 2021. At the end of April, the Government was informed of ongoing commercial difficulties, and the Energy Secretary met the Chief Executive on the 13th of May to see how the Government could provide support. The Secretary of State was reassured by the company that there was no immediate closure risk at the refinery. A week ago, the business changed their position and said they feared it could no longer be a going concern. We repeatedly asked them at official and ministerial level what the financial gap was to work out whether the Government could help bridge that gap. But the company were unable to share that basic information. As a result of today's decision by the company, an official receiver and administrators have been appointed to take over different parts of the business. And the Government will ensure supplies are maintained, protect our energy security and do everything we can to support the workers, including engaging with trade unions and industry bodies. Let me update the House on the Government's response. First, we will work with the official receiver over the coming days and weeks to manage the situation at the Lindsay Oil Refinery site and determine the next steps. The official receiver will take immediate steps to ensure safe operations at the site, ensure continued fuel supply and explore all credible options for a sale. Unfortunately, the refinery has consistently failed to make a profit since it was bought by the current owners from Total in 2021. It's recorded a total of around £75 million worth of losses between its acquisition in 2021 and the financial year ending in February 2024. This has left the refinery in a situation in which it is in very bad shape, and the company has left the government with very little time to act. We are supporting the official receiver to carry out their statutory duties, including managing the situation on the site to determine next steps. This will include urgently reporting back on the steps, including all potential uses of the site, prior to wind down of the refinery. As to the wider business, there are extensive operational and financing interdependencies within the Prax Group, which mean that the refinery's parent company, State Oil Limited, has also been placed into administration today, along with a small number of other group entities. However, other parts of the group, including its UK retail business, have not gone into administration. The retail business will trade as normal while the administrators look to secure a sale in due course. Second, there are questions that now must be answered about how the owners allowed this situation to happen. That's why my right honourable friend, the Energy Secretary, has today written to the Insolvency Service to demand an immediate investigation into the conduct of the directors and the circumstances surrounding this insolvency. Third, as we engage in this work, our immediate priority is to ensure that affected workers at the Prax Lindsay refinery are supported through this difficult time. The government believes the business's leadership have a responsibility to the workers and the local community, and we are calling on them to do the right thing and provide support to the workers through this difficult period. The wealthy owner cannot wash his hands of his obligations to the workers and their families. And that's why we are calling on him to put his hands in his pockets and deliver proper compensation for the workers. The government will now urgently work with the company and trade unions to explore what further support can be offered for the workforce. And that will include the maximum possible help to ensure workers can pursue new job opportunities if the refinery cannot be sold. Fourth, more widely, we are committed to securing the long-term future of the UK's refinery sector. It's important to say that the UK has a refining sector with a number of well-run operators. I met the refining sector earlier this month for a ministerial roundtable, and they told me that they hadn't had such a meeting with government for 13 years. The reality is the previous government left the UK's refining sector facing significant long-term challenges. And we know there are global challenges too, including competition from larger refining operations in the Middle East, India and Africa. We've already seen the effects of years of negligence from previous governments, and this government has been left to pick up the pieces. For our refining sector as a whole, the UK government is determined to work with industry, workers and trade unions to ensure we safeguard our refineries for the future. That's why we're reviewing the methodology for the energy-intensive industries compensation scheme that we inherited from the last government. The refinery sector is not covered by this scheme, and this review will help assess whether sectors like this should be covered in the future and whether more can be done to help their competitiveness. And that's not all, Madam Deputy Speaker. In less than 12 months in office, we've invested in CCUS, which can help key refineries such as Phillips 66 and Stanlow through Viking and HyNet. We've funded Project Willow at Grangemouth, a project that can help all refineries meet future challenges. And we're driving forward with the Sustainable Aviation Fuel mandate to help refining sector maximise the opportunities created by the clean energy revolution. Madam Deputy Speaker, from the moment we were informed of these issues, the government has been focused on securing the future of the Prax Lindsay Oil Refinery site and supporting its workers. Today, those workers have been badly let down by this company, but we are committed to supporting them and the wider community during this difficult time. And the government is absolutely committed to a long-term future for the UK's refinery sector. We will provide further updates on the steps that I have set out in this statement over the weeks and months ahead, and I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Secretary of State, Andrew Bowie.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would like to thank the honourable gentleman for advance side of his statement and for taking the time to speak with me on this issue earlier today. Today, hundreds of jobs are at risk and a strategically significant asset is in jeopardy. The refinery has a capacity of roughly equivalent to 35% of British petrol consumption and 10% of British diesel. The refinery supplies aviation fuel to Heathrow Airport via a pipeline. Refineries represent a core strategic interest for the United Kingdom. We are reassured that the oil and gas fields to the west of Shetland are not at risk, nor are the network of petrol stations affected by the announcement today, and I would like to reiterate that that side of the operation is not at risk. The Lindsay Oil Refinery has been loss-making since acquired from Total Energies in 2021, and we are aware of long-standing financial issues with the Prax Group, including being unable to provide accounts to government. As such, we support the government in ordering an investigation into the conduct of the directors and the circumstances surrounding this insolvency. But it is clear, despite any individual management issues facing the specific company, and these, as the Minister has said, are multiple, that the refining industry as a whole is being driven into the ground by the high cost of energy in this country. In the late 1970s, Great Britain had 17 oil refineries. If the Lindsay Refinery in the Humber does close its doors, only 4 will remain. Energy is the single largest cost of operating a refinery. The sky-high cost of energy to industry in the UK is pushing manufacturers and energy-intensive industries like refineries out of business. And as Sir Jim Ratcliffe of INEOS has said, the chemical sector is facing extinction because of enormously high energy prices and crippling carbon tax bills. Industry in the United Kingdom is uncompetitive. 2 oil refineries closing within 6 months. It's quite clear we have to have a rethink. If our route to lowering emissions in the UK is at the price of deindustrialisation of jobs, livelihoods and economic growth, if it means impoverishing the UK and increasing dependency on imports and a fragile supply chain for fuel and essential oil products, then we must rethink. If the Secretary of State brings refineries into the scope of the Energy-Intensive Industries Compensation Scheme, he is providing only a sticking plaster response. Exempting specific industries from policy costs, the renewable obligation, the feed-in tariff, the cost for contracts for different subsidies and capacity market payments, does not fix the foundations. This piecemeal approach simultaneously accepts the devastating consequences of green levies on the industry whilst abdicating responsibility for fixing the root problem. We are already seeing the real impact on working people, on their livelihoods and communities if action is not taken. 400 jobs lost at Grangemouth, 60 at Moorcroft Pottery in Stoke, over 1,000 at Vauxhall and Luton, 250 at Electric Grass Fibre in Wigan, and now Prax at Lindsay with 440 employed at that oil refinery. Unite the Union have warned the government that its policies have placed the oil and gas industry on a cliff edge. This government is driving up the cost of energy, increasing reliance on imports and offshoring our carbon emissions. It's not good for the climate and it's very bad for Britain. Refineries have consistently raised the existential issues facing the sector. The cost of the emissions trading scheme, eye-wateringly high energy bills. Since the closure of Grangemouth, no action has been taken by this government to tackle the fundamental problem, to reduce the burden on businesses, to make UK manufacturing more competitive and to back British industry. So can I ask the Minister, what is the government's plans for the Lindsay refinery? Does he expect to find an operator? And how long will the government support the refinery? And what plans do they have for the refinery if no buyer is forthcoming? What action will he and his government take to ensure this situation is not replicated at Britain's 4 remaining refineries? How many petroleum refineries does he expect to be left by the time the Labour government leaves office in 2029? And what will the government do to take action on bringing bills down for all industrial energy consumers and not just those covered by the Energy-Intensive Industries Compensation Scheme?
Well, can I thank the Shadow Minister, first of all, for quite rightly, I think, repeating the fact that not all of the business that we've been discussing in this statement has gone into administration today. That's really important to say that there is certainty in other parts of the business. We'll be able to outline more of that in the days and weeks ahead. And thank him also for his and his party's support of the investigation that the Secretary of State has launched into the conduct of the directors. Clearly something has gone badly wrong here, and it is important that we get to the bottom of that. On his 3 specific questions, I think, first of all, the government has backed the official receiver who is now running the refinery in the short term. We will be using that time to see if there is the possibility of finding a buyer. Clearly, our very first option would be to see if someone would want to take on the refinery as a going concern, and we will put every effort into trying to find that. If that's not possible, then we'll be looking at what the wider future of the site could look like and what possibilities there are for other industries on that site. On the wider question, he says fixing the root of the problem. I have to gently say to him, though, that he and his party oppose the action that will fix the root of the problem, which is our continued exposure to volatile fossil fuel prices that has driven up the cost of electricity, and households and businesses right across the country, he rightly says, are paying the price of that. But while we've got an answer to that, to move much faster towards a clean power system, with renewables and nuclear in the system that brings down cost and delivers that power here in the UK rather than relying on that casino for volatile fossil fuels, he opposes it. And the reality here is that he can't, on the one hand, call for us to fix the root of the problem, as he puts it, and then oppose the very action that will do that. We've outlined the credible plan for how we'll deliver cheaper electricity for all consumers, including businesses across the country, and we're getting on with delivering it. They're opposing all of those initiatives.
Chair of the Select Committee, Bill Esterson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend, the Minister, recognised the importance for our energy security of securing the fuel supply at Lindsay. He also recognised the importance of engaging with the trade unions to attempt at least to reassure the workforce. Can I thank him and congratulate him on those actions and indeed on the engagement since the election that the government has had with this sector. Refinery operations are increasingly challenging, not least because of the volatility and uncertainty in international fossil fuel markets that the Minister just mentioned, but also because of the competition across the world. Phillips 66 and Stanlow, which he mentioned in his statement, are adapting to the changes in our energy system, taking advantage of carbon capture and the production of SAF and biofuels. So will he ensure that the UK refinery sector is part of the energy transition and a key part of our energy and industrial strategies, so they play a key part in the future for the communities and workers that depend on those jobs at the moment, and that we don't see any kind of cliff edge?
Yeah, well, I thank my honourable friend for his question. First of all, he's right to restate what I said in the statement, that it is extraordinary, frankly, when I brought in the refinery industry for a round table to be told that it was the first time in 13 years that had happened. That is an extraordinary state of affairs. I'm glad that we have now done that. But what it has highlighted is just how much engagement is now necessary with that sector, and I'm determined to drive that forward. He's right about the nature of the transition. Refineries will be important at all stages of the transition. They are critically important now, clearly, in delivering on our fuel security. They will play a really important role in that in the future, in sustainable aviation fuel, in biofuels, and in the wider work that we need that sector to do. And we'll support it to transition into what some of those future technologies could look like. The bottom line here is that in this particular case, we seem to have had a business that was far from doing that, not driving forward the investment that was necessary, and we will now, at pace, try to get to the bottom of what the directors were doing with this company. It is a shocking state of affairs, a sad day for the workers, but I do genuinely believe that there is a strong refining sector in the future.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Pippa Halings.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I would also like to thank the Minister for advance notice of their statement today. And our thoughts, as with many, are with those workers at the Prax Lindsay Refinery who've heard this last-minute shocking news today, with putting their future and jobs on hold. And we understand this is just one refinery within the Prax Group, but the threatened closure will be sending shockwaves across their wider operations, with their newly acquired oil fields to the west of Shetland and roughly 200 petrol stations in the UK under the Breeze and Harvest Energy brands. You know, while these facilities are outside the insolvency process as things stand, workers in these upstream businesses and the wider community will understandably be very worried about the impact of the insolvency on their jobs in future. And there are indeed questions to be asked, Madam Deputy Speaker, of the company bosses in both State Oil and the Prax Group, and it's good to hear the Secretary of State's announcement of an investigation into how they have let workers down. And we also do welcome the Minister's words that the company should also bear some responsibility and accountability for jobs and skills for those workers if it turns out that the company closes. We also welcome the Government's proposals to consider adding refineries to the National Capacity Compensation Scheme for energy-intensive industries. Once again, as we've heard, we see UK industry buckling under soaring energy costs, some of the highest in Europe, with workers left to pay the price. However, many in this House will feel a troubling sense of déjà vu following on from the Grangemouth job losses. We've heard from the Minister about the state of the refining industries and the fact that you've seen them for the first time in 13 years. Situations such as this make it yet clearer that the government must set out a comprehensive and strategic plan for workers in the oil and gas industry to support the redeployment of skills and training as part of a just transition. The recent report by Robert Gordon University warned that the UK risked losing tens of thousands of offshore energy jobs by 2030 unless urgent and coordinated actions taken immediately. Rather than the irresponsible and reckless race backwards to volatile fossil fuel dependency that we've heard today from the Conservatives, their report calls for honest dialogue to settle on a common UK policy framework.
The Honourable Lady will know that the time limit for responses to statements is 2 minutes for the Liberal Democrats. I'm sure she has finished her comments.
In conclusion, many thank you,
Minister.
I think I got all of the key points down anyway, and importantly, I agree with many of them. Look, first of all, I would just echo the point that she makes, that this will be shocking news for the workers, as it always is, but I think particularly given how quickly this has happened, it has been as much a surprise to us with how quickly the company has come to terms with some of this, but for the workers it will be particularly shocking news. I do want to just reiterate two things that the Honourable Lady said, just to be really clear. On the upstream business that she mentioned, west of Shetland, that's not filing for insolvency. And on the petrol forecourts point, these will continue to operate as normal, and the administrators are exploring the prospect of a sale of those retail operations. So there's no need for anyone to be concerned about any of that. I think on the point around the company taking some responsibility for this, look, there is an argument here that actually this is just critically important, whatever the outcome of this, that the company takes some responsibility for the actions that they've taken up to this point, and for the workers that were employed in their business that kept this business running for a long time, that they take some responsibility for them. And I think I've been very clear in my statement today, but we'll continue to reiterate this, that we would expect the owners to put their hands in their pockets and provide the support that these workers absolutely rightly deserve. And just finally, on the point around a comprehensive plan, I was in Aberdeen last week talking to people about this exact point, and I'll continue to do that, because it is right that we put in place a comprehensive plan for the future of those working in oil and gas. There is a bright future for that workforce in oil and gas for many decades to come, but increasingly transitioning into new industries. We're determined that we'll deliver those jobs, and a plan is really crucial, and I'm working on that at pace.
Melanie on.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for this statement. He's right, this has sent shock reverberating around our local area. I visited the Prax site, which actually sits in my neighbour, the Honourable Member for Brigg and Immingham's constituency, back in April, and spoke with the staff and trade union reps about the importance of their work, and was really impressed at their commitment to the company. There was absolutely no hint of the scale of difficulties, beyond how challenging it is in the refining sector anyway, about how deep and uncomfortable the financial situation was for this company. It is astonishing to me that the company couldn't answer basic questions about its finances when the government asked for those details. The decision that's been taken by State Oil puts over 400 local jobs at risk, with around 65% of those workers living in North East Lincolnshire. I do appreciate the efforts the government is making to support our workers, and hope to work closely with the government to help perhaps find a new buyer to preserve these jobs and support domestic fuel production as a strategically important asset. However, as things stand, I understand that State Oil are only required to make statutory redundancy payments to those workers. Does the Minister think that there is more that the billionaire owner of the refinery could do to better support those workers in the event that they lose their jobs? Surely that is the least that they could do after what appears to be gross mismanagement.
Minister.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for her questions, and she underlines, I think, in her recent visit to the refinery, just the real issues that have come to light in such an incredibly short space of time. Although the truth is, that uncovering some of this, we discovered that this has gone back some time, and that is really why my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, has announced that he has asked for this inquiry into the decisions that have been made, because we do need to get to the bottom and learn any lessons that we can. She's right that I think we have to do absolutely everything we can to support the workers. We will continue to do that, and we'll be looking at what support we can provide for them. At the moment, of course, these are jobs at risk rather than redundancies that have been announced. We are doing everything we can to see if there is someone interested in coming forward as a buyer for the refinery in a going concern, in which case the workers would be retained. But we'll do everything we can to support those workers should that not come to fruition. She's right to point out that under the current process, those workers will be entitled to statutory redundancy only. I think it's clear that the business's leadership do have a responsibility to those workers, not only because it's right and prudent for all owners of businesses like this to take responsibility for the workforce, but particularly with the way this business has ended, I think they should take responsibility to the workers and the local community. And so we do call on them to do the right thing and to support the workers through this incredibly difficult period.
Because
thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for his statement and also for the briefing that he gave me earlier today. It is disturbing that the company, when the government reached out to them for additional information, that wasn't forthcoming. The Shadow Minister did ask some pertinent questions, one of which is how long the government are prepared to support the workers and the refinery. I think it would be reassuring for the many of my constituents who work there if he could give some indication of at least medium-term support.
Well, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for his time earlier today. Obviously, this will be a distressing issue in his constituency, so it was good to have the chance to speak to him about it. He's right. What we need to work through, having this decision been made last night in the courts and made public this morning, we have not had much time to fully work through the timeline of what comes in the coming weeks. The government is funding the official receiver to continue the operations, the safe operations of the refinery. The first priority will be to make sure that the safe operations proceed, but then to see if there is a buyer who's interested in the site. We'll then move as quickly as possible, if that's not possible, to see what other alternatives there are on the site. I can't give him assurances on exact timescales at this point in time, but he can be assured the government is determined to do the right thing here, and we'll do whatever we can to get either a buyer or some sustainable future on the site. But I would just reiterate to the House, this is a difficult set of circumstances with very little time to prepare, and with a refinery that has been loss-making since it was taken over from Total some years ago. So it is a difficult position, but we'll do everything we can.
Thank you very
much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, I'm glad that the root cause of the problems that we face have been identified, and we've touched on it so far, but this is what happens when private capital is in charge of such a key, vital piece of infrastructure. We saw that play out at the Grangemouth refinery in my constituency, and it's good to hear my honourable friend, the Minister, in agreement with me in condemnation of the owners of the Prax Lindsay refinery. So it gives me hope that the government will indeed learn important lessons and assume at least some form of ownership in the future industries that are going to be coming at Grangemouth and potentially other sites. Can we get an update on that, please?
Minister.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question. He's right to highlight the work the government is doing through the £200 million commitment that we made through the National Wealth Fund to support the future of Grangemouth. We've had 84 serious and credible inquiries into that. I've been meeting with some of those projects to see what more the government can do to make sure they are delivered, and we will say more in due course, working collaboratively with the Scottish Government and with Scottish Enterprise to bring those projects forward. We're determined to deliver a sustainable, viable industrial future for Grangemouth, as we have said since day one. The difference, of course, I think, just to separate the two slightly, is that while we may have issues with owners of various sites across the country, in the Grangemouth site there was an 18-month redundancy package put in place. That's not here, and that's why the government is particularly calling on the owners of this refinery to do the right thing for the workers here.
Graham Leadbitter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Clearly, Westminster's mismanagement of the energy sector is being felt across these islands, and the Government is right to make a statement here today and address the possible closure of the Lindsay Oil Refinery. However, that's not a courtesy that the Labour Government ever extended to Grangemouth in Scotland. They have not once come to the Chamber to make a statement on Grangemouth. We have seen Labour pull out all the stops for Scunthorpe and now begin that process for Lindsay. Will they now think again and do the same for Grangemouth? And on the Shipbuilding gas plant, which is also owned by Prax and also a significant employer, what steps is the Government taking to secure the future of the site, and why was this plant not featured in the statement, even if it was just by means of assurance?
Well, on two fronts. First of all, we have repeatedly come to this House to talk about Grangemouth, and I've had meetings with a number of MPs over the past year, in fact probably more than on any issue whatsoever, and I have weekly meetings with Scottish Government ministers or businesses or others to discuss the future of Grangemouth. I don't think no one wanted the outcome that we got from Grangemouth, but we have done everything in our power to turn that around and to deliver a viable economic future for that site. And so I don't quite take that criticism, which I think is misplaced. On the question of other parts of the business, I think there is a process here, and I apologise to the House that I can't give explicit details on every part of the business. Part of the issue is we haven't been able to get clarity from the company on all the interdependencies within their own business group. We will, in the coming days, as we engage with the official receiver, discuss more of this, but it is important to separate out the insolvency for the refinery, which is a specific issue we're discussing today, from the wider group issues, but we will come back to some of those, I have no doubt, in due course.
Snell.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Shadow Secretary of State referenced Moorcroft and Stoke in his comments. A small glimmer of light in what is otherwise a rather gloomy story is that company has been rescued by Will Moorcroft, the grandson of the original founder, and those jobs are potentially coming back. But those jobs were put at risk, Madam Deputy Speaker, much like the jobs at the Procurement Oil Refinery, because of the eye-watering industrial energy costs that we face in this country. And although the government has announced the British Industrial Competitive Scheme, that will not come online for industrial energy price until 2027, potentially 2 years away. I thought I heard the Minister say that they're going to look at the potential for changing the criteria for the energy-intensive industry compensation scheme to bring in new sectors to offer some immediate help and the respite between now and when that scheme comes in. If that's the case, could he be clearer at the dispatch box? And if he's able to look at the EIIC criteria, could he also look at the existing energy supercharger scheme that would allow ceramics companies in my constituency to access the help and support they need to continue to thrive?
Minister.
Well, my honourable friend is right, of course, to raise the impact that high costs of electricity have right across industry. That's why we have been doing everything possible since we came into government. First of all, through the industrial strategy and another work that my colleagues in the Department for Business and Trade have been doing to try and drive down energy costs. But secondly, of course, through the wider work that we're doing across the energy system to deliver clean power by 2030 and bring down bills and the volatility in bills that are faced by too many households and businesses across the country. We're looking at all of the options that are possible, and I've said to the refinery sector that we're willing to look at all of these particular schemes on a case-by-case basis. There's no easy answer to many of these things, but for example, the eligibility for the Industrial Competitiveness Scheme we will look at following consultation, which will open shortly, and it will be reviewed in due course. Now, I understand the question is around how fast we can move on some of these things, but we do need to make sure that we get this right, and we are doing everything we can, where we can, to move faster on some of these decisions.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government stood in to secure British Steel, citing national security and protecting jobs. And now they are also standing in to support Prax Lindsay and again have cited protecting energy security and workers. As he knows, there are tens of thousands of jobs and many, many companies in North East Scotland who are nearing a cliff edge because of the government's policies. To stop another need for another 11th hour standing in by the government, will he now support the North Sea by ending the EPL and allowing new licences in the North Sea?
Well, first of all, I should avoid straying into taxation policy, which is not in my brief. I would say that we are doing everything we can to issue a speedy response to the consultation of the future of energy in the North Sea, which is all about how we strategically plan the future of oil and gas in this country to ensure that we are building up the future industries at the same time as supporting existing oil and gas supply chains and jobs, and we're moving that work forward. Just to be really clear on the issue of what the official receiver does, the official receiver is in post with statutory duties. That is not in the same bucket as nationalising an industry. It would not be right for the government to underwrite failing businesses, but we have a responsibility here with an active refinery to make sure that it is wound down in a way that is safe, or that we can find a buyer to continue it.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I stand in solidarity with the workers in the oil industry who are facing this uncertainty and fear. This incident outlines and illustrates perfectly exactly why a carefully managed worker-led transition away from oil and gas is so desperately needed to avoid a chaotic collapse where workers pay the price. So will the Minister agree to implement my Energy and Employment Rights Bill, which includes publishing a plan for redeployment and retraining of oil and gas workers, with oil and gas companies paying for it across the industry, rather than piece by piece, crisis by crisis?
Minister.
Well, I don't agree with her proposed piece of legislation, and so no, I won't be supporting that. I think it is the wrong approach, although she does highlight the right problem. And that is why we are moving as quickly as possible to plan that transition properly. The truth is we should have been doing this when the transition started many years ago, and as a result, we've lost a third of the workforce in the past 10 years, more than 70,000 people losing their jobs because we've failed to plan for this. So I recognise the problem that she outlines, but I think the answer to that is for us to do two things. It's first of all to manage the existing fields and to support that industry for the lifetime of those fields, but secondly to build up at speed the investment in the industries that come next. And that's why the government supported in the spending review industries around carbon capture and storage, hydrogen, and of course significant investments in the supply chain through Great British Energy to make sure that we are building infrastructure in this country again and getting the jobs that come with it. The transition is important, and we're doing everything we can to make sure that workers are at the heart of that.
Charlie Maynard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I appreciate your words of support for the workers and the horror that they are facing now and the shock. And certainly as Liberal Democrats, we will work hard to hold you to those words. Two questions for you. The Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism leaves UK refineries at a disadvantage in the trade of international fuel. Will the government now consider including the trade in international fuel to be included inside CBAM to get our UK refineries on a level pegging with the rest of the world? One. Second, we now only have one refinery left facing the North Sea. How many refineries is okay for the UK to have in terms of maintaining fuel security? Could you be precise in terms of giving how many more can fall after Grangemouth and this one here? Thank you.
Minister.
Okay. I thank the honourable gentleman for his questions and his promise of holding us to account, which I look forward to. He's right to reiterate the point that I made at the beginning, that support for the workers is incredibly important, and we are calling for the company's owners to do the right thing. On the question of the carbon budget adjustment mechanism, we've looked at three factors in this question: the UK ETS scheme, carbon leakage risk, and the feasibility and effectiveness of including. The refining sector doesn't currently meet all of the above criteria and therefore isn't included in scope at the moment, but we are looking at this both beyond 2027 and whether there's more we can do in the short term. But clearly there are questions around carbon leakage and other things that we need to work through, and that's partly why I got the sector together for the first time in 13 years, it turns out, to talk about some of those issues and what the refining sector's views themselves are on this. I'm not going to answer his second question with a specific number, because I don't think that is the right way to look at anything around business planning in the country. What I can say is that refineries are incredibly important in this country. They're crucial parts of our energy infrastructure. They're important businesses, but businesses do also have to operate as successful businesses, and while there are some refineries that are absolutely doing that, clearly this one is an example of where that's not happened, and so we will do everything we can to support the sector, but I'm not going to put a specific number on how many refineries we should have in the future.
Sammy Wilson.
Madam Speaker, whatever the specific reasons of this particular company are concerned, the fact of the matter is that the refining industry has been squeezed for decades now as a result of government policy. And it's hardly surprising when the Secretary of State for Net Zero stands up and demonises fossil fuels, that there's not investment in the refining sector. And then you add on top of that the energy costs, the carbon taxes, and all of the other impediments there are in the business, then of course we're going to see businesses disappear. Given the fact that we have now seen aluminium, steel, oil, and now oil refinery disappearing off the scene in the UK, does the Secretary of State not understand that as long as we pursue this demented net zero policy, we're going to have regular announcements of job losses, greater insecurity in our fuel supplies, and the loss of heavy industry?
Yeah.
Well, I don't agree with the honourable gentleman on any of his assessment of that. It won't come as a huge shock to him or the House for me to say that. First of all, I would say aluminium and steel have not disappeared from our industrial landscape in this country, but he is right to read out a number of things that this government inherited and has had to fix. It has been 14 years of failure of industrial policy, and that's why we announced an industrial policy recently, which I'm sure the honourable gentleman has read and supports, because we're not agnostic about our industrial future. It matters that we build things in this country again, and we need a credible plan to do that, and that's what we've outlined in that industrial strategy. But I would also make this wider point. He is against all of the investment in the clean power that will give us the energy security that he talks about, that will take us off the volatility of fossil fuels. And I just sort of repeat this point again to him, as I have done before. That investment is what will deliver the reindustrialisation of our communities, and it's what will give certainty to the industries that he talks about, that bills will be under control and falling, rather than subject to the ups and downs of an international fossil fuel marketplace. That's the thing that will drive forward economic growth and investment, and he opposes all of that.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Lindsay Oil Refinery, I understand, has gone bust because it was uncompetitive because of high energy prices. Just months after Grangemouth closed, we are witnessing the disappearance of the oil refining sector in this country because of high energy costs. We're witnessing the deindustrialisation of Britain because of high energy costs, because of this government's obsession with net stupid zero. That is the harsh reality, Minister. That is the simple facts, and thousands of jobs are disappearing in front of our eyes. The Minister accepts that we have too high energy costs, and the government promises that electricity and energy bills will come down. So could he tell the British people when?
Minister.
Well, I'm always delighted, Madam Deputy Speaker, to give the honourable gentleman his opportunity for his soundbite. Of course, the problem with soundbites is that you need some detailed, credible proposals underneath it, and that's in short order from the Reform Party at the moment. I don't think we've got any credibility from them whatsoever. He seems to have concluded a whole series of things about why this refinery closed. If he's party to information that we haven't got as a government, I would be grateful if he would share it with us, because we haven't concluded the investigation that the Secretary of State only launched today. So please do share that information with me. But I would just also say this: the refinery hasn't made a profit since 2021. So for him to say that this is the responsibility of this government's energy policy, I think is quite misguided. The truth is that while the Reform Party chooses to oppose the investment that will drive forward jobs and opportunities across the country, including in his own constituency, we are determined to do that, because it is the right plan for reindustrialisation, for economic growth, for bringing down bills, for energy security, and for tackling the climate crisis, which he might not care about, but children all across this country who have to face this planet in the future do care about.
And the final question on the statement, Sorcher Eastwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Minister, thank you for your response so far. I too stand in solidarity with workers at Prax Lindsay site. I worry that whenever big companies like this that are responsible for the stewardship, certainly and sometimes the generation of our energy, that cost will be passed on to consumers. I'm also worried that workers at the Tata Steel site in my constituency of Lagan Valley that are currently engaged in industrial action have had their meeting cancelled by management side. Would you agree with me that actually these jobs are important? They are key to where we need to go in the future in terms of transitioning, and those workers should not be left behind.
Minister.
Well, I can absolutely agree with that point. I think it's a very powerfully and well put point. that I'm very happy to agree with. Workers are right at the heart of our entire economy, and they will be at the heart of the transition in the future, and we need these skills to power the future industries that we're driving forward at the moment. We can't afford to lose it, and she's right to make that point. I didn't quite pick up what the meeting was that was cancelled, but if she wants to write to me, I'll happily look into it.
And that concludes the statement. I'll give the front benches a few moments to swap over. And we now come to the business of the day. The clerk will proceed to read the orders of the day.
Deprivation of citizenship orders effect during appeal bill, second reading.
Now. Minister to move second reading, Minister Dan Jarvis.
I beg to move that the bill be now read a second time. Madam Deputy Speaker, of all the duties of government, none matters more than keeping our country safe. It is an awesome task and one to which we attach the utmost significance, as this House and the public would expect. For people to flourish, they must have confidence that they are safe as they go about their lives. For a society to excel, its values must be protected from harm and its laws upheld. For a nation to thrive, its leaders must be unrelenting in the pursuit of these critical aims. That is why the Prime Minister has made national security a foundation of the plan for change. And it is why, with our partners in policing and the security services, we work around the clock to keep the United Kingdom and its people safe. And in the face of a complex and evolving threat picture, it is essential that we keep the powers, tools and measures available to us under constant review. Where steps are needed to maintain the safety and security of our country, this government will not hesitate to act. It is with this intention that we have brought forward this bill, which, while narrow in its scope and intent, is vital to our ongoing efforts to protect the United Kingdom. Madam Deputy Speaker, before I come to the detail of the bill, I will provide a little bit of background. The British Nationality Act of 1981 provides for the removal of an individual's British citizenship. This is also known as a deprivation of citizenship. Deprivation is an important and effective tool to maintain public safety and preserve national security. It is used in two different situations: where citizenship has been obtained by fraud, or where deprivation is conducive to the public good, which means that it is in the public interest to deprive a person of British citizenship because of their conduct and or the threat that they pose to the United Kingdom. Happy to give way. Yeah.
I thank the Minister for giving way, and I accept his point that it's a very narrow bill. I do wonder, though, whether he's able to give any numbers to the House as to how many individuals are currently pending an appeal that has not yet been heard who have been deprived their citizenship, to whom this bill would ultimately apply.
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd be happy to do that, and if the honourable member bears with me for just a couple of moments, I will provide him with the information that he has requested. Madam Deputy Speaker, I was saying, in the latter category especially, deprivation is used against some of the most dangerous individuals, including terrorists, extremists, and serious and organised criminals. To summarise the main effects of deprivation, someone in the UK who has been deprived of their British citizenship no longer has any immigration status. Steps may be taken to remove them from the UK, and they may be held in an immigration detention in the interim. And if they are overseas, they cannot re-enter the UK using a British passport. In both circumstances, this is clearly an effective way to disrupt the threat posed by dangerous individuals. Happy to give way.
I commend first of all the Minister and Government for bringing this forward. There's absolutely no doubt that it's absolutely necessary. National security is paramount when considering revoking citizenship, as the Minister has outlined. This bill is necessary to close that loophole, and that which allows and ensures that no person can bypass that. In Northern Ireland, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are many people who claim both citizenships as they're able to, Irish and UK. While this bill, I understand, will make sure that the UK citizenship can be revoked, they still have a right as an Irish passport holder to travel to Northern Ireland. So it's a very peculiar case. I'm quite happy if the Minister wants to come back to me on this, but I want to make sure that no one can get round it by any other, whatever it may be, an alternative passport like an Irish passport or whatever it may be, and to ensure that Northern Ireland will be under the same laws as the rest of the United Kingdom. Thank you so much.
Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Member, as I always am, for his intervention, and he's absolutely right. It is necessary to close this particular loophole, and that is the purpose of this bill. He's raised, I think, a very interesting example, and I'm grateful to him saying that he's happy for me to come back to him. Let me reflect on it further, and I will respond to him when I make my concluding remarks at the end of this debate. Yes, I will give way.
The Minister keeps referring to it as a loophole, but in fact it has been an important principle of British justice that successful appeal equals vindication. What this bill is trying to do is to remove that presumption. That's not a loophole, that's a basic judicial right on which we all rely.
If the Right Honourable Gentleman will just bear with me for just a moment, I will come to the specific points that he makes in just a moment. But if he's not satisfied that I've responded adequately in a moment, I'm happy to give way again. Madam Deputy Speaker, I think I'll just make some progress. Deprivation decisions are made following careful consideration of advice from officials and lawyers and in accordance with international law. Each case is assessed individually. Decisions to deprive where it is conducive to the public good are personally taken by the Home Secretary. Now, the power is used sparingly. It complies with the UN Convention on the Reduction of Statelessness and always comes with the right of appeal. Turning to the question from the Honourable Member just a moment ago, let me give the House a sense of the frequency with which deprivation powers are used. From 2018 to 2023, on average 12 people a year were deprived of their citizenship where it was conducive to the public good. The available period for fraud-related deprivations is slightly different, but from 2018 to 2022, there were an average of 151 cases in that category per year. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me turn now to the bill, dealing firstly with why it is required. And I hope that this will go some way to answering the point just made by the Right Honourable Gentleman. In a recent case, the Supreme Court decided that if an appeal against a deprivation decision is successful, that initial deprivation order will have had no effect and the person will be considered as having continued to be a British citizen. This means that people who have been deprived of British citizenship will automatically regain that status before further avenues of appeal have been exhausted by the Home Secretary. Now, I'm just going to make a little bit of progress, if I may, but I will in a moment, because I want to address the point that's been raised. There are very good reasons why the government may wish to stop citizenship being regained until all appeals are determined, withdrawn or abandoned. These include to prevent someone who is outside the UK and who poses a risk to our national security from returning when a further appeal may be upheld pending the Home Secretary's decision, or to prevent a person from renouncing their other nationality and putting themselves in a position whereby, if further appeals are successful, a further deprivation order would not be possible, as it would unlawfully render them as being stateless.
Will the Honourable Member give way?
Very briefly.
I do thank the Minister for that explanation, but hypothetically there exists a circumstance where the Home Office, the Home Secretary, could deprive an individual of their citizenship, That individual could go for appeal and have it reinstated. This law would then prevent them from retaining that citizenship, and the department could then simply choose not to appeal further. How does the department then ensure that that individual then is allowed to access those future appeals to potentially regularise their citizenship status?
Madam Speaker, for reasons I understand, the honourable gentleman has progressed a hypothetical scenario. I don't know whether it's based on a particular case that he has in mind. It's not a set of circumstances that I've personally dealt with, but I'm happy to look at the circumstances that he's risen.
Will the Honourable Gentleman give way?
I will give way, yeah.
I thank the Minister for giving way. Southall Community Alliance in my constituency have long been defenders of human rights. So would he confirm to them that this bill will mean that we will continue to use the power to deprive people of their citizenship very sparingly, and that there will be no changes to the existing right of appeal or any widening of the reasoning under which we would deprive somebody of their citizenship of this country?
Minister.
Absolutely. I can give her and the organisation in her constituency that assurance. This is a very narrowly drawn bill. It is 2 clauses. I'm happy to give way.
I thank the Minister for giving way. I'm confused. If the individuals in question have done something so bad that their citizenship has to be deprived, why would we not simply jail them? Why would we need to deprive their citizenship?
I hope the Honourable Lady heard the point that I was making just a moment ago, that the reason that the government has brought forward this legislation is in response to a recent Supreme Court decision where an appeal against deprivation essentially resulted in a requirement to bring forward this clarification of the law. In response to her and the point just made by my honourable friend, this does not represent any widening of the existing arrangements. The right of appeal is completely unaffected by this legislation, which is incredibly narrowly drawn. I will give way, yes.
And I'm sure he understands and appreciates that due process is important and the appeal process must be respected fully. What he's intending is to make people temporarily stateless. So can he guarantee that the appeals process will be speeded up and people will have an opportunity to have their case heard in a timely manner so they can have this resolved and not hanging over them for a long time?
The Honourable Member is absolutely right about the point of due process, and I can say to him and the Honourable Lady whose point I was responding to is that these are powers that are used very sparingly. So each and every individual case is decided upon by the Home Secretary. I know this Home Secretary, and I'm sure previous Home Secretaries, have taken these responsibilities incredibly seriously. Decisions are made carefully and on advice and in accordance with international law, and I'm happy to give him and others that assurance. Let me just make a bit of progress and then I'm happy to give way further. The key point, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that deprivation of citizenship on conducive grounds is rightly reserved for those who pose a threat to the UK or whose conduct involves very high harm. We're talking about some of the most serious cases handled by any government. So, where a loophole is identified in the processes underpinning it, it is the job of any serious and sensible government to close it. And that is precisely what this government will do. Now, let me turn now to the substance of the bill. The House will note its brevity and narrow scope. The bill contains just one substantive clause focused solely on addressing the specific issues that have already been discussed. Its primary objective is to protect the United Kingdom from dangerous people, which includes those who pose a threat to our national security. The bill will achieve this by preventing those who have been deprived of British citizenship from regaining that status automatically when their appeal is successful, until further appeals have been determined. This will replicate the approach taken on asylum and human rights appeals where the effect of an appeal is suspended up to the Court of Appeal and extend it to appeals to the Supreme Court. To be clear, the bill does not change any existing right of appeal or widen the reasons for which a person could be deprived of their citizenship. Should an appeal mounted on behalf of the government prove unsuccessful, then where there is no possibility of further appeal, British citizenship would be reinstated with immediate and retrospective effect. Happy to give way to the right honourable gentleman if he still wishes to intervene.
Yes, the right honourable gentleman keeps referring to it as a loophole and just isn't, and I just don't understand why he can't see that the presumption of innocent until proven guilty should apply in these cases as it should in any other. And the idea that if I don't win an appeal, somehow that doesn't mean I'm automatically innocent, which it does in every other case, seems to me to breach a fundamental tenet. And he's also not correct to say that this power is used sparingly. Since 2010, dozens and dozens of people have been denied on the say-so of the Home Secretary, despite there being nothing proven in court. And that is what is different about these cases. This is effectively something that is done in secret, behind closed doors, without necessarily the facts being proven in any way. And to me, that's a space, and I have a lot of respect for the honourable gentleman, that's a point at which we should be even more reliant on due process, rather than doing what we're trying to do today, which is legislate judges out of the room.
I know that the right honourable gentleman will understand and appreciate from his own time as a minister in the Home Office the huge responsibility that government invests in the Home Secretary. The Home Secretary of the day has to make some incredibly difficult judgments. They have to make some very fine, balanced judgments. But I hope that he would agree that we have to ensure that the Home Secretary, whoever it is and of whichever political party they are, have the necessary powers in place in order to make decisions that safeguard the security of our nation. I'm certain that he and I agree on that. And this bill essentially is ensuring that this government continues to have the ability to do that in precisely the way the government that he served under did as well.
Will the Minister give way?
I will give way, yes.
I thank the Minister for giving way again. Perhaps again, I'm completely confused. I still do not understand his very specific example at the beginning aside, why, if these individuals posed such a huge threat, other pieces of legislation would not deal with them in terms of keeping the public safe. And you did also point to the fact that somebody could actually win their appeal and you still wish to deprive them. And I want to understand under which circumstances someone's appeal could be upheld by a judge and you would still wish to deprive them of their citizenship.
Forgive me, I don't think I did say that. I think the opposite of that. But very happy to discuss this matter with her further. I hope that she understands, and as I hope that I have made clear, this bill is incredibly narrow in its scope. This bill seeks to take us back to the legal position that we were in a matter of months ago, prior to the judgment of the Supreme Court. This doesn't in any way undermine the right of appeal. If she has further concerns about it, I'm very happy to speak to her further, but I can give her an assurance, and she's very welcome to look at the bill. It won't take her very long to read it. It is 2 clauses, a single substantive clause, specifically designed to take us back to the legal position that we were in just a few months ago. So I hope that she will be reassured by that. Madam, I will, yes.
I've come into this debate without any prior knowledge of what is proposed, so I'm making this point as a result of what I've heard so far. Am I right in thinking that what the Minister particularly has in mind is people who might, for example, have gone abroad to fight for a terrorist organisation like ISIS and who have got dual citizenship, and that there is therefore no requirement that forbids us from removing their British citizenship, and that if they came back, even if they could be convicted of anything at all, they would be imprisoned only for a relatively short time, if at all, and then the security services would probably have to spend many years monitoring them. Is that the sort of scenario that the Minister has in mind?
Minister.
Well, I'm always grateful to the right honourable gentleman. It is, and perhaps he didn't hear me make that point earlier, but specifically I said that amongst other reasons that this would include to prevent someone who is outside of the UK and who poses a risk to our national security from returning when a further appeal may be upheld by the Home Secretary's decision. So he's right, that is a potential scenario that we have to guard against. And this bill will enable us to do that in the way that governments previously would have been able to do that prior to the ruling of the Supreme Court. I hope he finds that reassuring. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I've set out, deprivation is one of the most powerful tools we have in our ongoing efforts to protect the United Kingdom and its citizens from harm. For it to remain an effective part of our armoury, we do need to legislate. But before I finish, I do want to take the opportunity to pay tribute to our world-class law enforcement and intelligence agencies. In turbulent and uncertain times, their tireless work to maintain stability and security here at home has never been more crucial. They must be supported at every turn, because, Madam Deputy Speaker, the safety of our country stands apart from everything else that we do. It is the cornerstone of our society and the primary purpose for everyone involved in public service, including in this House. It is a responsibility not just borne by those of us on the government benches, but by parliamentarians of all particular parties. It is in that spirit, therefore, that I urge members to support this bill, which is required to preserve our national security, and I commend it wholeheartedly to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. I call Shadow Minister Katie Lamb. Harriet.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Keeping our country safe is and must be the first duty of any government. That comes with decisions and choices that governments must take to keep their citizens safe, our country safe, and our way of life safe. That is why we on these benches support this bill. It is much needed to close the recently created loophole that should be agreed across the House, and it must be addressed. The issue tackled by this bill arises from the Supreme Court's decision in N3 versus Secretary of State for the Home Department 2025. The court held that if a person successfully appeals against a deprivation order, or if the order is withdrawn, they are considered never to have lost their British citizenship. That means that even where the Secretary of State intends to challenge such a decision through further appeals, the person's citizenship is automatically restored in the interim. In practice, this could allow individuals to return to the UK or announce another citizenship or nationality before the Home Office has exhausted the appeals process. The Supreme Court judgment created two vulnerabilities: an unlocked door through which dangerous individuals can return, and an escape route allowing terrorists to regain citizenship, fly back to Britain, then renounce other nationalities to become untouchable. The government's own assessment identifies specific risks. Firstly, the immediate re-entry attempts. Second, terrorists becoming stateless to block future action. And thirdly, foreign states interfering in our security measures. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Supreme Court's interpretation has created a situation which is unprecedented amongst our allies. The United States, Canada, Australia, France, the Netherlands all maintain reclamation of citizenship throughout appeals. Until this February's ruling, Britain's framework worked effectively. But now, because of this judgment, we face a unique vulnerability that no other comparable democracy tolerates. Removing citizenship is, quite rightly, considered as a serious step and one that is not taken lightly and without thorough consideration. The seriousness of such decisions is reflected in the fact that it is the Secretary of State who personally decides if, based on public good and safety, an individual should be deprived of their British citizenship. The Conservative Party absolutely agrees with the importance of depriving citizenship in order to preserve national security. It is a power that has been used sparingly but necessarily, with previous Home Secretaries rightly depriving over 200 individuals of citizenship for being non-conducive to public good. These individuals risk undermining not only our security, but our society at large. British citizenship is a privilege, not an unconditional right. Those who choose to shatter their bonds of loyalty through terrorism or heinous organised crime forfeit their right to carry a British passport. That is why successive Conservative governments never shrank away from these powers against terrorists plotting to kill our citizens, or members of, for example, Rochdale grooming gangs for their sickening abuse of vulnerable children. And that is why we are happy to support the government in their attempts to close this loophole today.
I call Josh Simons.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In this island, citizenship is an idea still in its infancy. When Great Britain was forged in the Act of Union in 1707, British people were not citizens, but subjects, equals with each other by virtue of their relationship to the monarch. Only with the British Nationals Act of 1948 was the concept of citizenship introduced into our laws. I say that because, to my mind, we live in an age when political imagination is needed more than ever. The recent experiment with politics as bureaucratic management is over, and now we're returning to a politics with a longer history in this country, forging the future through imagination and creativity, exercising the collective power to change the values and systems by which we are ruled. In a moment like this, the relative infancy of citizenship in Britain should encourage us to pause to examine an idea we too often glide over. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope you'll forgive me for doing just that. Because citizenship is connected, as is the motivation behind this bill, to one of the great challenges of our time: controlling our borders and establishing systems of legal migration and asylum that are orderly, managed, humane, and in our national interest. So let me start with what my constituents in Makerfield tell me. They want to feel that they and their family belong in the community they live in, that their neighbours feel they belong there too. That's why high streets full of vape shops, dog muck and smashed glass matter so much. They're a visible and constant reminder that others seem not to feel they belong. To treat your community with respect and love is to show that you feel you belong. Citizenship is belonging on a bigger scale, a larger us. It's the unchosen love you feel for your family, even your town, projected onto the story of a country and its people. The monarch, the flag, the mountains, hills and seas, the industrial skylines of my hometowns in northern England and the cobbled streets of Cornwall. Citizenship is a feeling, and like any feeling, it carries responsibilities. It's not only about what we are owed, but what we owe. Responsibility, contribution, duty. We live in uncertain times. Europe is at war, the Middle East in crisis, and the world order is being remade at breakneck speed. In such times, I believe we should celebrate and nurture citizenship far more than we do. Because now we hide it away. We bury citizenship ceremonies in dingy, bureaucratic corners of town halls, making the test of those who obtain it their capacity to pay thousands for the privilege, not their commitment to our country and our values. For me, this is what citizenship should be about. I believe citizens of this country should speak our language, know our history, and share our commitment to fairness, tolerance, creativity, and freedom. Those who wish to become citizens must in the end be willing to stand shoulder to shoulder with their fellow citizens to defend that freedom in a world where it really is threatened. That takes me to the specific measures in this bill. While I voted to remain, I did so after much thought. It was always true that the European Union changes the capacity of elected representatives to control our borders and places clear constitutional constraints on what Parliament can do. But I'm always suspicious of those who blame forces beyond Parliament for their own failures to use its immense powers. My constituents understand a simple truth about this country's constitution. Our politicians can enact almost any laws they please, and governments with strong majorities can do almost whatever they want. If they choose not to use that power, rarely is it because of some external force, Strasbourg or an arm's-length body. It's because they are frightened to use their own power or lack the imagination to use it well. And that is why I strongly support the measures in this bill. It is not about making people stateless or subverting judges. It's about what this place is supposed to do. Assert the view of this place as Parliament on what citizenship means and how it should be enacted. Because to value citizenship requires being clear about when and under what circumstances it should be taken away. To be an equal, full part of our society means to share our values. British citizenship affirms your part in our country, and there must be a way to remove those who threaten it where they have dual citizenship. If the Home Secretary has decided in narrow and prescribed circumstances that it is in the public interest to remove a person's citizenship because they threaten our security, that is what, in my view, should happen. Of course we must have an appeals process. No one must ever be above the law in this land, but an appeal should not mean that the will of elected officials is thwarted. And this is part of a broader agenda that this government has that I strongly support. Changing the process of judicial review to ensure that the few cannot hold up investment and infrastructure that benefits the many. Reforming the ECHR so it updates human rights for the 21st century, so it strengthens national security and enhances control over our borders. The British people, Madam Deputy Speaker, are fed up with politicians passing the buck, blaming someone else for their own failure to act. If we don't create a modern citizenship regime, reform the ECHR and judicial review, establish digital ID, or for that matter, radically reform the British state, it is nobody's fault but our own. Us, the British political class. And I, for one, am sick of politicians throwing up their hands and blaming others for their own failures. I will always support a government that takes responsibility for using Parliament to deliver the radical change that this country needs. And that is why I support this bill tonight.
I call Liberal Democrat spokesperson Lisa Smart.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The United Kingdom employs deprivation of citizenship orders more frequently than almost any other country in the world. And while it is of course right that the government should have the means to protect national security, both the current legislative framework and indeed the bill before us today lack adequate provisions for transparency or systematic oversight regarding when, why and how the Secretary of State exercises the power to deprive individuals of their citizenship. This bill is designed to make sure that if the government takes away someone's British citizenship, that person stays deprived of that citizenship while any appeals against the decision are still ongoing. And in practical terms, if the government deprives someone of that citizenship and that person appeals, the deprivation order remains in effect through the entire appeal period. This means even if they win an initial appeal, they won't get their citizenship back until all possible appeals from the government up to the highest courts are finished or the time limit for the government to appeal has passed. The Home Secretariat has described this bill as a necessary step to close a legal loophole, a description that has had some debate already this evening. But even if it is a loophole, that does not mean these provisions deserve any less scrutiny. The power to deprive an individual of their citizenship is an exceptionally significant one, which in any democratic society should be exercised only in the most limited and extreme circumstances and should be subject to rigorous oversight by Parliament. We need to see proper reform of the whole citizenship deprivation process, not a piecemeal approach like we're seeing today. This principle has underpinned Lib Dem policy on the deprivation of citizenship, most recently updated in 2019, when our party leader, my right honourable friend, the member for Kingston and Surbiton, set out clear and just principles that should govern its use. These principles are that deprivation of citizenship should only occur in the most extreme circumstances, that its use must never be political, and that legislation conferring this power must be used with transparency and should be the subject of continuous and meaningful parliamentary scrutiny. On the specific issue of transparency, Parliament's Joint Committee on Human Rights, a cross-house and cross-party body, has echoed these concerns. Earlier this year, it informed the government that its current approach to the deprivation of citizenship falls short of the UK's human rights obligations. The committee called for significantly greater oversight of these powers, including periodic independent reviews of their use and regular reports to Parliament. Already, the current regulations around the deprivation of citizenship place far too much power in the hands of the Secretary of State. The requirement that the Home Secretary is satisfied that deprivation is conducive to the public good is too low a bar for deprivation of citizenship. The Liberal Democrats would therefore confine the power to deprive individuals of citizenship to naturalised citizens only where either their citizenship has been obtained through fraud, false representation or concealment of material fact, or where the person has done something seriously prejudicial to the vital interests of the United Kingdom, and deprivation of citizenship is a proportionate response to such conduct and necessary for the national security of the UK. Furthermore, we are firmly of the view that no individual should be rendered stateless by the government's actions, except in cases where British citizenship was acquired by misrepresentation or fraud. Madam Deputy Speaker, the powers conferred by this bill will transfer even greater authority to the Secretary of State. It is therefore essential that these powers be subjected to ongoing, rigorous scrutiny, and I would welcome further details from the Minister regarding their plans to ensure this oversight takes place. Will the Government, for example, consider reforming the deprivation of citizenship process to require the Secretary of State to apply to a court for permission to make a deprivation order, thereby obliging the Secretary of State to demonstrate that all the proper requirements are met? Would they commit to publishing annual reports detailing the use of deprivation of citizenship powers and to facilitating a review of the exercise of these powers by the independent reviewer of terrorism legislation at least once every 3 years? And finally, will the Minister confirm whether the Government intends to ratify the 1997 European Convention on Nationality, thereby introducing an additional layer of international scrutiny regarding the UK's use of these powers, particularly where there is a risk of rendering an individual stateless? Madam Deputy Speaker, the power to deprive individuals of their citizenship engages fundamental rights and must be exercised with appropriate safeguards, transparency and oversight. Deprivation of citizenship must be the strict exception and never the norm. This bill risks further concentrating excessive power in the hands of the executive with too few safeguards to prevent error or abuse. And we, the Liberal Democrats, will continue to press for reforms that ensure transparency, judicial oversight and proper parliamentary scrutiny. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, I agree that the most important role of any government is to keep its citizens safe, but I do not believe that citizenship is a privilege. I actually believe that it's a right. And I also don't believe that the Minister answered my questions adequately earlier. I want to understand why, if somebody was such a huge threat to this country, we could not deal with them under other pieces of legislation. And if that is the case, are there not other pieces of legislation that require our attention in this regard? I really worry because it feels that this could turn due process on its head and that we wouldn't necessarily accept it in any other branch of justice. And I hope the Minister understands that following the Windrush scandal and the case of Shamima Begum, that there is a sense of nervousness amongst many communities when any legislation that touches and concerns citizenship is brought to this House. And it's for good reason. They worry that it disproportionately goes against people of colour or people who are British-born or long-settled individuals whose heritage or ancestral links are outside of Europe. And the idea that their citizenship can be revoked because they could be eligible potentially for another nationality is problematic, and that is a fear that many hold. Now, I always worry about legislation that seems to circumvent the judiciary, so I would ask the Minister to consider these concerns and please answer my questions. I understand that he was talking about a very, very specific case, but he does need to be able to apply it to many of the different examples that people have put before him to this House, because as he's heard many times before, deprivation of citizenship is an extremely serious thing to do, and we want to make sure that it's only happening in the absolute most extreme cases. Thank you.
Dr. Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to reflect for a moment on the title of this measure. It could easily have been called something a bit more prosaic, like the Revocation of Citizenship Bill or Withdrawal of Citizenship Bill. But the notion of deprivation is far more evocative. When we talk about deprivation, it's often in the sense of going about something that's fundamental to our existence. Food, shelter, water, liberty, the very things that we rely on for life itself. And if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe the notion of deprivation is flawed terminology here, as it seems to equate citizenship to an essential right. But I very much agree with the comments that are made for the member for Macclesfield, and I apologise for probably damaging his future career in saying so, but I agree with him. It's very much not a right, it's a privilege. Those who receive this privilege through our immigration system or otherwise, we must be clear that it comes with duties and responsibilities. We welcome those who come to the UK lawfully, both ready to participate in the freedoms we offer and equally ready to take on the obligations that go in hand with them. But when an individual who has the privilege of citizenship bestowed on them uses this to threaten our national security, that privilege should be rightly revoked until the Secretary of State has exhausted all avenues of appeal in regards to his or her decision. And this is because citizenship of our country is to be prized, not abused, not reduced to some sort of transactional process or tick box citizenship test or life in the UK test. And those who haven't seen it, it's well worth looking at the life in the UK test in terms of just the poverty of knowledge that's required in terms of its scrutinising and what it's asking for people. And we shouldn't just be defending the importance of citizenship at the point that the person has it removed. Every person, whether a citizen through birth or through our immigration system, should receive an education on how precious this covenant between country and individual is, promoting understanding and appreciation of our value system and the fundamental principles that underpin it: tolerance and respect, the right to equality before the law, the duty of loyalty to the United Kingdom, or as an absolute minimum, a deep and abiding respect and commitment to the conventions and values that make up the British way of life. And of course, the right to freedom of enterprise and aspiration. But not only to create wealth and opportunity, but also to look at how our talents can be harnessed by making a contribution within our families and our communities, whether this is through performing care obligations for young children, moulding them as the citizens of the future, or caring for elderly independent family members, or leading local charities, communities, or faith groups. These values and the rights and duties for which they're lived out form part of our social contract, the ties that bind us as communities, societies, and nations. These values have supported our past flourishing, and if re-embraced, will also secure our renewal. Those who reject those values and seek to undermine and destroy them should not be citizens of our country. So while I agree with the measures contained in this bill, my challenge to the government is for them to ensure that this respect for our national values and the rights and duties that underpin them is also at the very heart of the government's forthcoming review of our immigration system. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As I hope the Minister knows, I've devoted much of my adult life to keeping individuals, neighbourhoods, towns, cities, and indeed the entire country safe. But I have to confess to him that I've never been entirely comfortable with the deprivation of citizenship regime. And unfortunately, his bill, which he's trying to pass off as an innocuous correction, has sparked, I'm afraid, that sense of unease. And the reason I'm uneasy is because I think while the objectives that he's proposing are obviously laudable, I believe the cost to our sense of self and the corrosiveness to our citizenship or sense of citizenship and to the judicial process are perhaps too high. And while I don't want to detain the House too long, I just did want to raise 3 points in particular that we've covered to a certain extent but are worth reiterating. The first is that he thinks his sense is that the Supreme Court has created a loophole. My view is that they've corrected an anomaly. As I said to him, it has long been a tenet of the protections that the judicial process provides to me as an individual, that an appeal equals vindication. And it is for my accuser to appeal on the basis that I remain innocent, even prior to the first action that's taken against me. And this regime reverses that. The second point that I wanted to raise that is alarming is that this legislation is retrospective. And as the Honourable Gentleman asked, there will be a number of cases that are going through the courts, or there may be a number of cases that are going through the courts, on which this will have a highly prejudicial impact. the government is effectively moving the goalposts mid-litigation to get what it wants. That again is not something that we would normally tolerate and is a further development of this power, by all means.
Him for giving way, and I always enjoy the debates that we have. He says that the government is moving the goalposts, but would he accept that what we're actually doing is ensuring we've got the same powers in order to deprive that he had when he was in the Home Office as a minister?
That I ever exercise those powers, but he's quite right. But as I said, if he heard what I said earlier, in my view, the Supreme Court have corrected an anomaly, which the previous government, yeah, absolutely took advantage of. Hands up, they did. I'm not saying that is correct. And what he is proposing today is that in the face of a Supreme Court decision which he doesn't like, he's going to change the law to say that the court was in effect wrong. And that fundamental right, which the Supreme Court has decided, and don't forget the courts basically decide our rights within the legal framework, is somehow not to be tolerated. Sure.
I have some sympathy with his argument, but surely this, the effect of this change is only going to kick in if in the end the government's appeal succeeds. Therefore, it will be the case that the court previously was wrong, because otherwise the government's appeal against his decision won't succeed.
Well, is exactly right. However, what it does mean is the state can render someone stateless by inaction. They can take many years to work their way through the courts. It also means, and as I said, this is highly prejudicial, because it means for the duration of the legal action, that person will not be able to come to the UK, and therefore will have to litigate from outside our borders.
I'm very grateful to him, and as I said in my first intervention, I'm new to this whole debate, but I thought I heard from the Minister that the idea was that the government had to either win its this would only stand until the government appeal was resolved, or until the government ran out of time to appeal. So how long would that period be? I don't see how that would put things off for the inordinate amount of time that he suggests.
Well, as the right honourable gentleman I'm sure knows, there are various layers of appeal right up to the Supreme Court that can be taken. What this legislation is saying is that throughout that period, as long as the government continues to pursue appeals, the person remains deprived of their citizenship. Rather than what the Supreme Court is saying, which is if the person wins any one of those appeals, they immediately become in effect innocent and their citizenship is restored as if it was never removed in the first place. So in the same way that if I'm accused of a crime and I'm found innocent and the prosecutors decide to appeal my conviction, I remain innocent until that appeal is heard and decided against me. And if it's appealed beyond that, I remain innocent then still. What the government is doing now is reverting to what was previously the erroneous situation as determined by the Supreme Court, or at least they're attempting to, and that is why, in my view, is they are moving the goalposts, frankly, on an individual who seems to have won a case fair and square in our highest court in the land. But finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I wanted to raise a more fundamental issue about this entire process. Call me an old romantic, but my view is once you're a citizen, you're a citizen. Once you're in, you're in. And unfortunately, the development of this power over the last, whatever it is, years since the 1981 Act that brought it in the first place, has created